Good morning. I'll call to order this January 25th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in the Santa Barbara hearing room. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Lavanino,
I'm here.
Supervisor Williams, Supervisor Hart,
Here.
Supervisor Nelson,
Here.
and Chair Hartman.
Here, and I gather Supervisor Williams is stuck in traffic about an accident so he'll be here in a few minutes. Please stand and join me in the pledge. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item of business is approval of minutes from January 11th, 2022. May I have a motion and a second?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Second.
And any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. CEO Miyasato isn't with us today. We have Assistant CEO Frapwell. Is there a CEO report today?
No report today.
Okay, and clerk announcements.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, thank you. I have a couple quick announcements this morning. I would like to announce that we received a request to withdraw administrative item number 5. And administrative item number 5 is sponsored by the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a conditional reservation of funding to the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara Housing Authority for a home key program application in Santa Maria, and this is in the 5th District. And we did receive and post a memorandum requesting to withdraw this item on January 21st, and that has been uploaded online and has been distributed to the board. In addition, I would just like to remind the public that the Board of Supervisors meetings are being interpreted and broadcast live in Spanish. We are broadcasting our meetings in Spanish, both for Cox Cable subscribers in South County, as well as Comcast Cable subscribers in North County. Members of the public can now view our meetings in Spanish by turning on the secondary audio programming, also known as SAP or SAP, under their language settings. Please note that today, I apologize. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person in both the Santa Barbara hearing room chambers and the Santa Maria hearing room chambers. Please note, on December 3rd, 2021, an additional county health officer order went into effect requiring indoor mask usage for everyone over 2 years of age, regardless of vaccination status. If you attend the board meeting in person, you will be required to wear a face covering, mask, or face shield with drape at all times, regardless of vaccination status. Information regarding how to properly wear a mask has been posted throughout both locations. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration confirmation email. You will be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, if you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes, and this is at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board at 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you. And so now we'll turn to our administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any item? Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, Madam Chair, I'd just like to comment on the removal of A5.
Okay, and any other board members have item?
I also have A8 I want to discuss.
A8, all right.
Yes.
And Supervisor Nelson.
Chair Hart, thank you. or Chair Hartman. I'll also like to comment on A5 and then comment on a couple questions on A18 and then a roll call vote on A19.
And do any members of the public have any item they would like to pull?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have a request to speak on administrative item number 5.
Okay. Will you read administrative item number 5 into the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Administrative item number 5, as previously read into the record, is sponsored by the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a conditional reservation of funding to the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara Housing Authority for a home key program application in Santa Maria, and this is in the 5th District. And just a reminder to the board and the public, we did receive a request to withdraw this item from the agenda today.
Okay, Supervisor Lavanino.
Did we have a member of the public, you said? I'd rather go to the public first, if that's
All
okay.
right, sure.
And we will now go to Zoom with Carlos Escobedo. Carlos?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can indeed.
Hello, good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Carlos Escobedo, and I serve as a City Council member for District 1 in the city of Santa Maria. And the reason of my participation today is to request to not close this conversation about the item. I think it's one of the items should be part of a conversation within the City Council. A city council meeting, and I think it's worth having this conversation before our in our agenda before. So I definitely would like you guys to not close this opportunity, and yeah, appreciate it, all your work, and have a great day.
Thank you, Council Member. Supervisor Lavanino?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So with this item, there is a deadline of, I believe, January 31st for a specific portion of applications, but it doesn't mean, I think the real deadline is somewhere in March, where we'd have to submit an application that would be competitive at that point. I think this was one that was, almost a guarantee for us. It's a $17 million grant from the state. This is to purchase the Motel 6 on East Main in Santa Maria to address the homeless issue. I did have conversations with Mayor Patino, Councilmember Waterfield, and a member of the Santa Maria Police Department, who were all very strongly opposed for a number of reasons. And so in negotiating, in bringing this to their attention, I realized that the only way that something like this was going to succeed is that we would have a collaborative partnership with the city and the county working together. And when they expressed their very strong opposition to it, I realized that, we were not going to be successful. We could move forward with it. Staff had indicated that we could continue to apply for the money, but I have come to believe that without the city and the county working together, it's just not going to happen. So I appreciate what Councilmember Escobedo indicated, that they would like to discuss this at a future agenda. I think if we pull it off of our agenda, let them try to discuss it there, try to build some support, because they did raise some very legitimate concerns. We've had some housing authority projects in the city of Santa Maria. We have a couple of them right now that aren't performing, I think, that the way we all envisioned them that they would perform. So I think there's some work that still needs to be done on this. I don't think the issue is completely closed. And if we can show the city and work together with the city that we're going to address all of their concerns, I think, before March, we might be in a position to come back and reapply for this money.
I would like to close public comment, but because you wanted to hear from the public before all the supervisors spoke, we do have an additional public speaker, Mr. Caldwell. So we'll go ahead and then come back to the board.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we will now go to Zoom for Andy Caldwell.
Good morning, Mr. Caldwell.
And Andy, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can unmute on your end and provide your comments.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Chair Hart. I want to thank Supervisor Lavanino for being responsive to the city of Santa Maria. As many of you know, I've been watching the county for 30 years, and I've never, ever in that 30 years seen the county of Santa Barbara launch a project with this potential for controversy without collaborating and consulting with the affected party. I mean, if somebody wants to, build a patio, you make them notify everybody within X number of feet, yards, or miles. And in this case, Santa Maria was going to lose bed tax, property tax, and plus incur the costs of related security, which they did at another facility. They've had a 1,000% increase in law enforcement calls at one of these other facilities. So the collegial thing to do, the respectful thing to do is you are one government entity, they are another one. The neighbors didn't know about this. It's a little more than a block away from a school. They want to know, for instance, are these people screened for alcohol, drugs, criminal record? You're a block and a half away from a junior high school. And you're on Main Street. This is the gateway to Santa Maria off of the 101 freeway. And the first thing, they're going to come within 1 block of a homeless shelter. Maybe you can make it work. I doubt it, but by golly, you should have asked first. This should have been agendized on the Santa Maria City Council weeks ago, if not months ago, when it was still a gleam in your eye. So we want to thank Supervisor Lavanino for representing his constituents, but in reality, they're all of your constituents, and we want you to treat them like you want to be treated, government to government. Because again, I didn't like the way this thing was agendized either. And it just mentioned on the agenda, it just mentioned the street address. It didn't say anything about Motel 6 and that we're going to buy this. It's going to be a homeless shelter. This whole thing had subterfuge written all over it. And it's just not a good way to treat the largest city in the county that has their own problems. And my final point, why not write a check to the city of Santa Maria for 20 million and say, hey, here's money we got. Let's cooperate. What project would you like in the city of Santa Maria? Thank you.
Thank you.
May I address
Yes,
some
please,
of those
Ms.
comments? Thank you. Well, first off, the reason why I wouldn't write a check for 20 million to the city of Santa Maria is because they just took $5 million of ARPA money that we could be using to address the homeless issue and gave as bonuses to their employees. So I don't plan on doing that anytime soon. But well, first off, we were under, I think the reason why it was agendized so quickly is because there was a deadline that the state had put out. And so we agendized it, and we did go speak with the city, and we did listen to their concerns. But the problem I see on all of these homeless issues, and we're going to run into this as we move forward with them, is there is no solution. There is no easy answer. If the Motel 6 on Main Street is not the place, I don't know where is. Everybody is always telling me, well, we don't want it here, we don't want it there. And as far as saying that people get off the freeway at Main Street and the first thing they're going to see is a homeless shelter, well, the first thing they're going to see if they're coming into Santa Maria is a huge homeless encampment the size of a small city in the riverbed that nobody's addressing. We're trying to move those people to a certain spot in a humane way and provide services. But if we don't have a building to put them in, the rest of these things are just shuffling people around. So the encampments are in the riverbed. They're all along the 101 freeway. They're on every street corner. I hear about it constantly from folks. But when you want to move them and put them into a shelter, there's never a good location to do it, and we run into all kinds of opposition. So if somebody has a different, I'm all ears. I'm looking for solutions. We all know what the problem is. We can restate the problem over and over and over again, but if we don't have a solution, and coming up with ideas like, well, let's just give them bus tickets and send them to Las Vegas, those aren't legal responses to the homeless issue. So these folks are from Santa Maria, and we have to deal with them in Santa Maria. And so we're going to have to build something or remodel something that's an existing building to deal with the situation. So I'm all ears. Honestly, what I heard from the city was more, there weren't a lot of solutions. I'd be happy to collaborate and work as a partnership on solutions, but you know, I'm looking for a way to make this happen.
I think Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I appreciate Supervisor Lavanino's comments. I think this is an opportunity that isn't quite ripe, and we need to take time to get everybody on the same page so that we can be successful. That was the original comment that Supervisor Lavanino made, and I'm going to hang on to that because these things are not simple. It took us multiple attempts to be successful with the Super 8 motel in the city of Goleta. This may take that kind of process in the city of Santa Maria too, but I know that Supervisor Lavanino very eloquently stated the challenge. We have folks who are unhoused, who are living in our communities, in every community in the county of Santa Barbara, and the answer is to get them indoors and to provide the services that they need to get their lives back on track, and that's what we're all committed to doing. We want that to be successful. We want that to be well done, and I think appropriately there are questions about the operation of some County Housing Authority properties that need to be resolved, and if we need to put additional resources to make sure that those projects are working the way they're intended, I think you have the commitment of the full board to do that, and it's good to hear that we need to do better, and we will do that. And as a result of that, I think we can demonstrate success, and then we can get a willing partner that's willing to move forward. But if we don't have sites, we're going to have encampments, and we're going to have folks living on the street, and it's a really simple choice. And I think the public ultimately understands that, but there requires some additional dialogue and some additional work to get everybody on the same page so that we can go to the state of California with an effective application and be successful and deliver what folks are looking for.
Supervisor Nelson?
Thank you, Chair Hartman. First of all, I just want to thank Supervisor Lavanino for his leadership on this. We both represent the city of Santa Maria and large portions of the Santa Maria Valley, and he really took the lead on this issue with the city. And I think it highlights that we have this elected leaders forum that's regional, trying to deal with these regional issues. But unfortunately, and it's not any criticism, but Supervisor Lavanino and I don't sit on that. And so we don't get to have these kind of conversations with the city of Santa Maria. And so I think it's been highlighted through this process is that we need to have that kind of dialogue, whether it's formal or informal, to be addressing these issues far in advance. Moving forward, I had a lot of heartburn about this. The location is not my favorite place. I don't think anybody prefers it. But on the other hand, $17 million coming down from the state, which, if we don't use it here, it's going to be put somewhere else in the state. And those are our tax dollars. I mean, they're going to be moved somewhere. So it's not free money. It's still taxed. But whether it's going to go to benefit our community or somebody else's community is the question here. And so I think we need to be engaged in this process and potentially go after these funds. But I emailed every city council member. I emailed the city manager and the police chief, talked to the assistant city manager. And my question to everybody was, again, if not here, where? We need to have a comprehensive strategy here to address the encampments and the streets sleeping means that we have to have capacity. Now, there's a question on whether capacity exists in the city of Santa Maria or not. That's, I guess, somewhat of a debate, but I think we need to flesh that out. But this is just one piece of the puzzle. City of Santa Maria, more significantly, I think, is suffering from people sleeping in their cars. I mean, there's a large population of RV and car sleepers going on in our community, and we all need to work together to address those things. This board, the city of Santa Maria, the county has my commitment that I will continue to work on these things. I'm okay with moving past this deadline, but looking to a future deadline to potentially secure these funds to be used in a way that we can all support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Chapshun available? I just wanted further clarification about the January versus the March, and just hear from him about what's still possible if this item is withdrawn.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. Yes, I'm available. The January 31st deadline is, I think, the early process for the applications. So what happens is you're competing with the Central Coast. I think there's about 37 million available for the Central Coast, which includes Paso Robles, Monterey, and us, that area. Once you go beyond that deadline, you're now competing statewide for that money. So with the March 31st, you're now competing with Los Angeles, San Francisco, some of the other bigger regions. So this was an opportune time to really apply for the 17 million here. It's going to be a tougher challenge with the other deadline with the March 31st.
Thank you for that clarification. I participate with Supervisor Hart, who chairs the Elected Leaders Forum. Each of the 8 cities comes, although Santa Maria hasn't always been there. So we hope that they will make a real effort to have someone there in the future, because it is an opportunity to learn about model ordinances for safe parking, for example, and hear from other cities in the county what we're doing. The fundamental assumption for the Elected Leaders Group is that this is a regional issue, and we're not going to solve it by trying to close down a camp in one area, because, as Supervisor Lavanino said, people just migrate and it's going to come back. It doesn't really solve the issue at all. So it's going to take all of us. And again, I'm really grateful to Supervisors Lavanino and Nelson to try. It's not an easy issue. It's probably the most complex issue we face, because it's got so many different aspects to it. And money is available now, and we sure hate to let it go, because it'll go to some other community and we won't have an opportunity to deal with it. And I have heard a lot about Riverbed in Santa Maria and concerns about rural crime as a result of some of the activities, possibly of the unsheltered people living there. So there are already major costs to what is currently in place. And I have to say that we at the county are also learning how better to manage these facilities in conjunction with our partners, such as Good Samaritan. In Isla Vista, which is my primary experience, the new shelter there is being run extremely well, with very few impacts on the neighborhood. There's a curfew at night. There are rules for this facility. And really people are putting pressure, residents, on each other to live up to that. So unless we take this positive view and embrace this while we have funds to do it, which we've never had before, we're just going to have a festering problem. And so it really depends on each of us shouldering our share of it. So I very much hope that's what we'll see going forward. So what I'd like to do, Supervisor Nelson,
Chair Hartman, thank you. Just wanted to add a couple pieces that were brought up there. One is that what Mr. Chapshin mentioned was we'll go back into that pile. But what I understand from staff, from Kimberly Alberts, is that when our application does go in, if we do submit an application, it will be reviewed in the order that it's received. So we still do have some urgency to move forward with this in the future and get together with the city of Santa Maria, because we can't move forward without a partner with this, and we need to get on the same page. I don't think it's actually that hard of a decision that we need to do it. Again, the question is where. I mean, it's a question here is between, do we want encampments? Do we want people sleeping on the streets? Or do we want to have them indoors, and where they can be case managed and they can be, worked with, so that we can potentially get some positive solutions instead of just throwing up our hands and saying that there's nothing we can do. Most of the times in the past, we've thrown up our hands because there's been no money. Well, now we're throwing up our hands because I'm not sure why, because we don't believe it will work, I guess, is the what might be out there. And we're also afraid of those impacts. And I am too. And we're all going to be accountable for that. City of Santa Maria will be, Steve and I will be with our constituents. But I think what we think we're able to do is if we can sell something, a better future for our community, in the end, that's something that might be able to make a difference and keep us moving forward. Thank you.
And I think you made a very important point, Supervisor Nelson, that we must do this in partnership with the cities. We're not going to take on the entire financial responsibility. We need everybody to step up. And housing is a municipal service, and it's both the county and the cities that have a responsibility. Supervisor Hart, did you have a final word? All right. I propose that we just fold this in the continuance into the balance of the agenda, our motion then, and go on to A8. Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 8 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding a microbusiness COVID-19 relief grant, MBCRG, program from the Office of Small Business Advocate, Cal OSBA Grant Award, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to highlight this, and I had one question, and that is, if there were, the only limit I saw on what is it was impacted with COVID, from COVID, which I think is just about everything. But so I've already gotten calls in my office. Am I just directing these folks now to the Santa Barbara Foundation? How do they apply for the $2,500?
Madam Chairman, Assistant CEO Nancy Anderson is here for this item.
Terrific. Ms. Anderson.
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, once we actually get the funds, this is being administered through the Santa Barbara Foundation. So it'll be on their website with their other grant activity. And we will be notifying the public once that becomes final. This is a grant agreement to get the funds coming to the county.
All right, excellent. Can you just let us know when those funds do show up so that, and if you could send us a link so that I can post it? and so
Absolutely. We will
folks-
do that to all the board members.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that concludes A8. On to A18. Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 18 is from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an emergency memorandum of agreement extension for mutual aid with the 37th District Agricultural Association for Santa Maria Fair Park for COVID-19 testing.
And Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I just had a couple questions for staff on this item. One is there any forward-looking projection from public health on how much longer they're going to be using the fairgrounds? I know the fairgrounds is very thankful that they're a resource for the county. It's been able to be mutually beneficial. It's been good revenue for them when they're not able to do their typical rentals that they use to maintain. But I think there's some question out there on how long that relationship is going to go, so that they can start to begin to plan for when and if things open up, that they can start to rent out those facilities for revenue. So I was just hoping to see if I can get some clarification on from public health on that, as well as is it, maybe because they have to plan in the future, is it maybe are we anticipating to roll this contract with them every 3 months, or are we just going to do a month at a time after this one? I think that would be helpful for my office to understand.
And I believe Dr. Del Reynoso is with us this morning.
Yes, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we anticipate extending the relationship with the fairgrounds. For now, this is what we have in place, given the relationship with our OptumServe, which is our state partner in delivering the testing. So they have been a tremendous partner to us, first in vaccination and then in testing. So we anticipate extending the contract as soon as we hear what the state is willing to support us with regards to both vaccination and testing.
Thank you, Dr. Dorna. So, but do you have any idea of how? I guess the fear is that at some point we'll get to a week or two out from and be done with the contract and not
Right.
have any notice for them. So I want to. and if any way possible for us to be able to give them as much lead time so they can see. And I know with COVID, things are dynamic and they change, but we still have a partner here that we need to make sure that we're helping them along so they can see, weeks and months out in the future. There's a big hope in our community after it's been gone for a couple of years, getting our fair back, the Santa Barbara County Fair, which is a huge highlight in the Santa Maria Valley every year that we haven't been able to participate in, and that's also the home of that as well. So those conversations, I want to make sure that we're thinking about and engaged with. So that's why I wanted to highlight that. The other question I do have, and so I'm hearing this from the community, that with the testing at the OptumServe locations, that people are waiting sometimes 5-7 days to get results. And I think that is problematic when that period of time is sometimes longer than the potential quarantine period.
Supervisor Nelson, I think we're going to get to that in a D item, so it may
Or-
be more appropriate to bring that issue up later and just deal with the lease for the moment, if that's okay with you.
That's fine, Chair Hartman.
Okay.
Thank you.
So your question about the lease, you just want to have as much notice as possible when it winds down
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman.
to protect, okay. And I'm sure Dr. Del Reynoso took careful note of that. Madam Clerk, will you read item A19 into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 19 is from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement with Fighting Back Santa Maria Valley for COVID-19 vaccination incentives. And Chair Hartman, we did receive an additional request to speak from the public on this item.
I actually closed public comment, but I will allow it this time. It's an important issue. So why don't we go to public comment and come back to Supervisor Nelson?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we will now go to Zoom for Edwin Weaver. Edwin, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know how to make my screen show. that
It's
I'm here.
okay. It's a pretty view and we can hear you, so go ahead.
Okay, it's a campsite that I went to before the fires. Anyway, my name's Edwin Weaver. I'm the executive director at Fighting Back Santa Maria Valley. I appreciate your time this morning. As you know, we've partnered with our community members and the public health department to increase vaccine opportunities and accessibility through coordination with our schools and our churches and anybody else who would host a vaccine clinic, so it's accessible to the community, as well as being able to provide incentives for folks to consider vaccine for themselves and their family. I think the incentives are important because many of the clinics are during working hours. It's very difficult for families to get to the clinics. They have to take time off or rearrange their schedule. And so by providing incentives, it just gives them that little nudge and to participate in this important medical decision. So we're thankful for that application to receive the funds and to distribute them to the community so that folks will continue to be vaccinated and boosted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being such a good partner with the county public health. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, I was just looking for a roll call vote on this, but I will comment. It's no reflection of how I feel about Fighting Back Santa Maria Valley and Mr. Weaver. They're great partners. I'm a little uncomfortable with the cash incentives for vaccines. Just the relationship between those that are making that medical decision for themselves, those that might not be able to take the vaccine for some medical reason. So I'm just, I'm in favor of vaccinations. I've encouraged that. I'm just a little bit less comfortable with cash incentives. So I'm going to actually vote no.
May
on
I
this
have a
item.
motion to approve this item?
Motion to approve?
A second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay. So now I will entertain a motion to approve the balance of our administrative agenda, including the withdrawal of A5.
So moved?
So moved.
I think Supervisor Nelson moved, and we'll take a second from
Second.
Supervisor Williams. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The administrative agenda is passed, and we turn to resolutions to be presented. We turn to administrative item number 26, and that was brought by Supervisor Williams, and I'm very grateful for that. This is the first in our cultural recognition initiative. And Madam Clerk, please read that into the record.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 26 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming January 27th, 2022 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in Santa Barbara County. And joining us today and receiving in person is Dan Meisel, ADL Regional Director. And receiving and joining us via Zoom today, we have Mike Wolf, who is our Holocaust survivor, Rabbi Cohen, and Josie Martin from the SB Jewish Federation. Thank you. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the Holocaust was the state-sponsored systemic persecution and annihilation of European Jewry by Nazi Germany and its collaborators between 1933 and 1945, 6 million Jews were murdered. Roma, Gypsies, people with disabilities, and Poles were also targeted for destruction or decimation for racial, ethnic, or national reasons, and millions more, including LGBTQ+ individuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, Soviet prisoners of war, and political descendants, also suffered grievous oppression and death under Nazi tyranny. And whereas the history of the Holocaust offers an opportunity to reflect on the moral responsibilities of individuals, societies, and governments. And whereas we, the people of the County of Santa Barbara, should always remember the terrible events of the Holocaust and remain vigilant against hatred, persecution, and tyranny. And whereas we, the people of the County of Santa Barbara, should actively rededicate ourselves to the principles of individual freedom in a just society. And whereas the days of remembrance have been set aside for the people of the County of Santa Barbara to remember the victims of the Holocaust, as well as to reflect on the need for respect of all peoples. And whereas, pursuant to United Nations General Assembly, unanimously adopted a resolution designated January 27th as Holocaust Remembrance Day. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara would like to thank the efforts of the Jewish Federation of Greater Santa Barbara, Anti-Defamation League of Santa Barbara, Santa Ynez Valley Jewish Community, and Congregation B'nai Brit, and all the community organizations and members that have helped remember the lives tragically lost and have provided the community with opportunity to learn the historical value of remembrance. And now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors adopt this resolution proclaiming January 27, 2022 as Days of Remembrance in memory of the victims of the Holocaust and in honor of the survivors as well as the rescuers and liberators, and further proclaim that we, as citizens of the County of Santa Barbara, should work to promote human dignity and confront hate whenever and wherever it occurs. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you, Mr. Meisel, for being here today.
Director for the Anti-Defamation League Santa Barbara Tri-County's office. I thank you, Supervisor Williams, for introducing this resolution and for the board's adoption, adding our county's voice to those around the world recognizing International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Our office is certainly honored to be mentioned in it, along with the other local organizations who regularly speak up and share facts about the Holocaust for the purpose of preventing similar atrocities and to preserve the many lessons learned from it. Education is a huge part of meaningful remembrance, and ADL's surveys confirm that education is the key to confronting and preventing hate. I'm particularly thankful to those who continue to share their personal experiences of that painful time. I recall the impact vividly of my first time hearing such an account when I was a student at La Colina Junior High. And the speaker happened to be my Aunt Judy Meisel, who is widely known and appreciated in our community and beyond, both for sharing her harrowing experience of loss and survival, and for bringing people from different backgrounds together around her Shabbat dinner table to foster mutual understanding. I'm also thankful to the many local educators so committed to supporting their students' understanding of this and other genocides. The choices made by individuals, governments, leaders, and larger societies that can lead to genocide or prevent it. All hate doesn't lead to genocide, but understanding that dynamics of the hate that did helps us recognize threats to human dignity in all its forms. My aunt stressed the importance of reflecting on the past for its relevance to the present. And our present sadly includes recent trends of anti-Semitic incidents, including, as we saw again in Colleyville, violent targeting of the Jewish community. History tells us that anti-Semitism tends to increase in times of political polarization, distrust in government institutions, and threats to public welfare, including pandemics. The same factors impact other often marginalized communities, and we've seen a rise in hate crimes and incidents against those groups as well. The necessary response to these incidents is a combination of communal condemnation and meaningful engagement. This resolution contributes to both. Some may say that resolutions are merely words, but that brings to mind ADL's former and longtime National Director Abe Foxman, a hidden child during the Holocaust, who said, "Auschwitz did not begin with bricks, it began with words, hateful words, words of prejudice, and they were permitted to proceed to violence because of the absence of words." Commemorating this day in this way prompts us to talk, to reflect, to share facts, to learn, and to speak up in defense of others. Those inspired to deeper engagement and learning can find it in those precious first-person narratives, at museums that inform about genocide, and in the resources and professional development provided by ADL's Echoes and Reflections education team and from the other organizations recognized today. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I just want to thank you for being here and thank you, the ADL for their continued work to create a society and to foster a society that is not infected with hate. And to me, this is such an important occasion of remembrance because of the necessity to perceive darkness. I think that our society, and our struggles with first world problems can make us lulled into the belief that darkness doesn't exist, or that darkness is somewhere else. Or that darkness does not happen a little bit at a time, as has been the historical experience. I also am proud to have it here today because we're blessed to have two Holocaust survivors, Mike Wolf, Josie Martin, and 12 members of the SB Jewish Federation that won't be speaking but will be on Zoom, and someone who is a model in their spirituality and patience, Rabbi Cohen, senior rabbi of Congregation B'nai B'rith. I'm going to have the clerk just call them in order, but I think the other part is the perception of light. Because I hope that our world never experiences an experience like this. I hope against hope that is the case. But I know that in the experiences of this kind of darkness, we can learn from people who have lived through it about the power of the human spirit, the power of faith, and how to understand and be light in that darkness.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you'll call each, is that, or Mr. Wolf?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, yes, joining us on Zoom, we have Mike Wolf, who is a Holocaust survivor, Rabbi Cohen, senior rabbi of Congregation B'nai B'rith, Josie Martin from the SB Jewish Federation, and a number of members from the SB Jewish Federation members that I will now read. I apologize if I mispronounce any names. Sandy Kievman, Cindy Silverman, Ruby Vargason, Anise Pellegrini, Evely Laser-Shalensky, Lauren Katz, Roberta Weisglass, Skona Britton, Lynn Glassman, Lyle Medved, Carol Fox, and Halissa Blumenthal.
Thank you. And Mr. Wolf, would you like to address the board?
Sure. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for having me. I tell my story to a lot of students, as many as I can get to, through the Holocaust Museum in LA, as well as through my granddaughter's school in Santa Ana, and as well as here through the Federation. I was born in Germany in 1936, but my story really begins with Kristallnacht. That is the night that the Nazis really came out of the closet. You know, they burned over 1,000 Jewish synagogues, community centers, etc. You know, they vandalized the 7,500 odd Jewish businesses, and they arrested 30,000 Jewish men, roughly between the age of 18 and 50. My father was also arrested on that night. What Kristallnacht actually started in Great Britain was a movement to take in 10,000 children, roughly between the ages of 2 and 15, to get them out of harm's way. The British people passed a law almost immediately and allowed these kids to come in. Kristallnacht was November 9th, 1938, and on December 2nd, 1938, the first shipment arrived in London of roughly 180 kids from a Jewish orphanage in Berlin that had been actually burned down by the Nazis on Kristallnacht. I was lucky that a family in Glasgow, Scotland, decided that they wanted to adopt a little boy. And through several connections, my mother got a call from my aunt who worked for the organization in Berlin. It had this information, so my mother decided to give me up and send me to Scotland. So on June 13th, 1939, my mother took me to Berlin and then to Hamburg, where she handed me over to one of the older children, 13, 15-year-old child, a girl, and asked her to take care of me. At that time, she had no idea whether she would ever see me again. So I sailed over to Great Britain, and I was met by Mr. Ness, the gentleman who adopted me, though. The Ness family, Mr. and Mrs. Ness and their daughter Anita, took me into their home for the duration. So he took me up to Glasgow, Scotland, where I stayed for the duration. I was supposed to stay for the duration. My mother was back in Germany and managed to get my dad out of jail. And he also managed to follow me to Great Britain in August of 1938, where he was kept in what they used to call them concentration camps. They were actually more like work camps. You know, Great Britain was in the middle of a depression, and they didn't want these foreigners to take away the jobs of the locals, so they kept them in work camps. And my mother also managed to get a visa for herself to go to Bolivia, South America. That's the only country that she was able to obtain a visa. She wanted her sister and her father to go with her, but they both refused. My grandfather was getting up in age, and he said, you know, I fought for Germany in World War II, and they're not going to do anything to me. Well, my mother sailed in early January of 1940 and got to Bolivia, where she had to start a new life with almost nothing. You know, she had a few dollars in her pocket and a few household items that actually managed to get to her. And she was lucky to get a job with a German lawyer whose partner was a state senator. And she obtained visas for my father and I, and communicated, of course, via cablegram in those days with my father. And eventually, after several tries, my father and I managed to leave Great Britain in December of 1940, and we sailed across the Atlantic. I vividly remember the crossing. I remember going to our lifeboat stations with our jackets on and hearing the guns of the ship, our ship, as well as the ship around us going off. And eventually we got to South America, to Bolivia, where I met this strange woman who was my birth mother. And their goal had always been to come to the United States. My father could have come straight from Great Britain, but opted to go to Bolivia, of course, to reunite with my mother. A quirk occurred that my father was born in Germany, but actually the town he was born in became Polish after World War I, so he was considered to be a Polish citizen. So we had to wait 10 years before his number finally came up. And in 1952, in March of 52, we came to this country. We were thankfully allowed to come in, and we ended up in Memphis, Tennessee, where my mother had a cousin, and they sponsored us so we wouldn't go well. And that's basically my story. We lost track of the Ness family, the people that adopted me, but eventually in 1992, for just by coincidence as a quirk, I managed to get in touch with the Ness family, and my kids are now in touch with the grandkids and great grandkids of the Ness family that thankfully saved my life. That's basically my story for today.
Thank you, and what a courageous mother you had, and how wrenching that decision to hand you off.
Yeah, she was a very strong woman. She never liked to talk about it. It was just way too painful for her.
Well, thank you for sharing. Rabbi
Sure.
Cohen, are you next?
Yes. Chair Hartman and members of the board, unfortunately, I believe Rabbi Cohen had a conflict this morning, so he had to log off. But we do have Josie Martin also with us from the SB Jewish Federation.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Oh, and Josie, if you can just unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay.
And your
Well,
beautiful background.
Well, I'm a docent with the Santa Barbara Museum of Art, so I felt like I had to give a little bit of credit to the Van Gogh exhibit, which will open very soon. Thank you very much for having me, Mike Wolf. I'm always so touched by your story. I was a hidden child during World War II, and that's a kind of different thing. I was younger, and in 1944, very early 1944, when the Nazis were about to march through the area of France where I was hidden with a Catholic nun, and I always like to give credit to Sir Saint-Cybar, who took me in at great risk to herself in hiding a Jewish child. But I'm not going to talk about that right now. I'm going to read an article that appeared in the Los Angeles Times on Saturday. It was under the category, under the headline, "These readers survived the Holocaust. This is what worries them about America today." And here is my piece, and it's called "Never Again is Now." When I was a teenager in America, I asked my father what it was like to live in Germany after Hitler came to power. "Das kannst du dir nicht vorstellen." You cannot imagine it. At first, my father said, we thought it wouldn't be so bad, but some things changed almost overnight. My boss said I shouldn't visit certain clients because they might not want to do business with a Jew. "But you hadn't changed," I interrupted. My child, you can't understand, and God willing, you will never have to. The boss said he personally didn't go along with Hitler's Nazi rantings. But by 1934, we were no longer invited to their Sunday afternoon cafe clutch. That means their afternoon gathering with coffee and cake. I remember this when a pro-Trump neighbor stopped inviting us to her annual holiday cocktail party. Prior to 2016, we respected each other's differing political views. We even joked about it. This changed dramatically after I said to her one day, "But look, Trump is lying." That was the end of her conversation. She and her partner retreated to their capsules of collusion, for it is a form of collusion when normal, ordinary people look away from facts. It was the same collusion when teachers, lawyers, and ministers went along with the Nazi lie that in a pure Germany, Aryan supremacy must be returned to das Volk, the people. My parents left Germany for France in 1935. I was born in 1938. Too many of our relatives were gassed in the camps. For a time, I wanted to believe that the Nazi era was a never again episode, orchestrated by some twists. Never again is now. I fear not enough good people remember history. Why are so many people on board with Trump, even a year after the coup attempt, January 6th? I worry about political things, such as the large number of judges that have been appointed. But there are also other changes that deeply concern me. I wonder about doctors who refuse to call COVID-19 the killer that it is, especially the killer of poor Americans and people of color. My grandmother was a victim of Nazification of medicine. She had leukemia. It was treatable with transfusions that she received regularly at a blood bank in Frankfurt, Germany. After the Nuremberg laws, she was denied pure Aryan blood. Her oldest son, who had universal O type blood, stayed in Germany to donate blood to her, even though he had received an exit visa to America. She feared he wouldn't get out in time. She stopped eating. My grandmother died. Where were the good doctors, journalists, who could have demanded this cruelty to stop? Where were the ruling bodies, the city councils, the county councils? And where will ours be in 2022 and 2024 if so many election officials have been ousted or quit because they failed to cheat for a would-be fascist dictator? I pray for our democracy. I fear sometimes that it is on life support. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for being here. We really appreciate the time you all took. We remember to learn, and we learn so that we do not repeat. It's critical that we do look back, and this 27th Remembrance Day is the day that Auschwitz was liberated, and so it is a very solemn occasion. I wanted just to mention when incidents do occur in our communities, it's hard not to know exactly what to do. You don't want to overreact, but you don't want to be a complicit bystander. And we had something like this in my community of Santa Ynez, and the ADL was extremely helpful in advising us and analyzing what had happened and guiding us in appropriate behavior that we're still trying to follow through on, even in the midst of COVID. So we really appreciate the work that you do, and thank you very much for being here.
Supervisor Hartman?
Yes?
Yes, that's me.
Oh,
Yeah.
Supervisor Hart, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. I just wanted to add my words of thanks to the speakers today. This is such an important occasion to recognize the Holocaust survivors and victims, and to redouble our efforts to work with the Anti-Defamation League, which is doing such incredible work for since 1913. This work began to combat hate for good. And the Jewish Federation and Mrs. Martin were very eloquent, as well as Mr. Wolf and his amazing story of his own personal journey to escape Nazi Germany and the Holocaust of Jews. But I just wanted to end my words with the words that guide the Anti-Defamation League from the Hillel. If I'm not for myself, who will be for me? If I'm not for others, what am I? And if not now, when? And I think that is a great way to recognize this day.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to thank you for bringing this, and then for us to recognize these different days of remembrance, and for Supervisor Williams for picking this one. I think this is the perfect leadoff.
And so quickly.
Yes. And Mr. Wolf's story was unbelievable. I mean, the choices people had to make, and, you know, other people that stepped up in times of crisis, and just amazing. I had an occasion to be at the DC Holocaust Memorial Museum, and as I was walking through, it was very quiet, very somber, and a bunch of students showed up, and they were, you know, mid-teenagers, and as teenagers will, they were loud, and they were, you know, probably not grasping the concept yet. As they walked in, I was going to go to one of the employees there and say, hey, you know, this is probably not appropriate. And within a minute of them being in that building and just started looking around, the whole mood just changed. And so I think what Mr. Wolf has done with, it is something that we have to continue to pass on to the next generation of never again, and to be open, to be able to, it's a hard thing to discuss with kids, but it's absolutely necessary, so that, you know, we do never have to experience this again. So many thanks to all those that put it together and all those that spoke today.
All right. So with that, we're turning to the next item in our agenda today, and that is general public comment. Are there any speakers who wish to speak on matters not on today's agenda, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, yes, we have one request to speak on general public comment this morning.
Okay, and with that, then I close the list for those who can participate, and we'll start.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, our one request to speak is Maria Kester, and we'll be going to Zoom. Maria?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. A little
Okay.
softly, so speak loudly,
Okay.
please, so we don't miss a word.
This is rather ironic because I would like to start with quoting Supervisor Williams from last week's meeting, and I quote, "We are moral creatures that live with such short window spans that we can kid ourselves, that we could deceive ourselves, that to think our system of government has proved itself as enduring for this little blip of human history that we have existed, that is, we have not proven ourselves that enduring yet. It is the actions that we will take in this next generation that will prove whether that system is enduring or come apart," end quote. The US Constitution is one of the longest surviving systems of government. It is, if not the oldest in the world today, and never before has a system brought as much individual liberty as any other type of government in a short history of mankind. The conflating of unconstitutional government with the very principles it is to uphold and protect, which are not mutually exclusive, as Supervisor Williams would make us believe, does not hold up intellectually, and is an indoctrination technique that is bestowed by the current left of the political spectrum onto the masses regularly. And it is falsely labeled as selfish, when it has nothing to do with being selfish, but everything with the fact that individual rights are central to a free society, and as well as universal human rights. Ironically, the logical endgame of the identity politics of the left in the form of their intersectionality ideology is the individual, as no two people are alike. The concept of for the common good, with other words, communism and surrendering individual liberty, is to replace our constitution and rein in the Great Reset, which is sold to us as an environmental agenda where compassion is central. In order for the Great Reset, aka QR code, aka green passport, aka vaccine passport, it is necessary for mass surrendering of individual liberties. Through ideologies like intersectionality, gender ideology, and critical race theory, which are attacking critical thinking, through the absence of logic, reasoning, fact-finding, and deduction, and rigorous scientific debate, the population is being indoctrinated to abandon the aforementioned and replace it with feelings and virtue signaling. In the meanwhile, these ideologies do the opposite of what they claim to represent and create hatred and divide and conquer, even within the very groups they claim to represent. This divide and conquer is necessary to rein in political agendas as it indoctrinates people to surrender their individual liberty. As a liberal and as an immigrant, I'm appalled at this obvious attack on the greatest constitution ever written and the lazy analysis by the left and Democrats that this is an outdated document when it is the intricate system of checks and balances that is saving people today from unconstitutional vaccine mandates.
Ms.
by the Biden
Kestner, that is your
administration.
time. So thank you very much for being here with us today. With that, public comment is concluded, and we will take a 5-minute break. We're a little behind schedule, so please don't go far, board members. We are reconvening the meeting of January 25th, 2022 of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in the Santa Barbara Hearing Room. Madam Clerk, would you please read Departmental Agenda Number 1 into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board. Departmental item number 1 is from the Human Resources Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an amendment to the Santa Barbara County Code, Chapter 27, Personnel.
Mr. Pisano, will you be making the presentation?
No PowerPoint today, Madam Chair, just a few
Okay.
comments. Chair
Please.
Hartman, members of the board, my name is Joe Pisano, and I'm here from the County Human Resources Department to request board approval of an amendment to Chapter 27 of the County Code. This covers personnel matters, including the foundation of the civil service system. You may recall that County Human Resources took a similar amendment to the board last year, but as that item went through various iterations and revisions, some important language inadvertently dropped off the final version of the resolution that was filed. That had the unintended consequence of requiring a civil service style competitive selection process for a number of non-civil service positions in the county that were never subject to that requirement and for which it doesn't make sense. Those positions include your own and those of other elected officials, members of appointed boards and commissions, and participants in the Sheriff's Work Release Program, among others. But the recommended action corrects that error, in addition deletes some redundant language. The language in the ordinance is a little complicated, but this is a fairly simple matter. We made a mistake last year and are here to correct it today. Thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So this is just cleanup. Do any board members have questions? Ms. De Guevara is also on the phone if anybody had any questions. I don't see any. Is there any public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, so may I have a motion?
Chair Hartman, I move that we accept staff's recommendations.
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson and Supervisor Williams. Will you second? Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So that brings us to item number 2. Madam Clerk, will you please read that into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the appeal, case number 20 APL 28, filed by Steve Decker, applicant of the County Planning Commission's denial of the Decker Greenhouse Project, case number 19 LUP 469. And Chair Hartman, members of the board, before we proceed with this item, I did want to announce that we received a few letters into the record after our deadline of noon on Friday that were over a page that will need to be voted into the record before proceeding to accept them into the record. I will begin with the first, which is a public comment letter from Tom Lux that was received Saturday, January 22nd at 11:49. A letter from Linda Harry, received Saturday, January 22nd at 8 p.m. A letter from Travis Morrow, received Sunday, January 23rd at 3:39. And a letter from Jeff Jacobson, received Monday, January 24th at 11:30. And if the board wanted to include those as a part of the record, a motion to that effect would be appropriate.
Okay, and may I have a motion to receive these four?
I'll make the motion to accept those items into the record.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So those are all now formally part of the record. Do any board members have any ex parte communications to discuss? No for Supervisor Hart, no Nelson, no Supervisor Lavanino, Supervisor Williams?
I have none on this particular case.
Thank you.
Chair Hartman, let me clarify that. I have no ex parte communication beyond the last time this was heard.
And that's, I see all the heads nodding, and that's for me too. All right. So we're on to staff presentation. Does Ms. Plowman wish to go first, or Mr. Okay.
Sure.
there you are.
Madam Chair, members of the board, sorry I can't be with you today, but I did want to introduce the item. Today is the appeal made by Mr. Decker. We had been at the board with this item in February of 2021, and the board had directed the department to do some additional environmental review. and particularly focused on some of the potential impacts associated with lighting in the greenhouse. Today we have Ben Singer, who is the planner for the case, and he will be presenting the project. And we also have Mr. Travis Seawards, who's our deputy director, and he's in the room with you. With that, I think I will turn it over to Mr. Singer for the presentation.
Okay, Mr. Singer, we're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Plowman, and good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. As mentioned, I am returning before your board today with the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the Decker Greenhouse, and this project was previously heard by the board on February 9th, 2021. Next slide, please. At the February 9th, 2021 hearing, your board heard the applicant's appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the project and deliberated on the appeal and the project. The motion was made and passed, directing staff to conduct additional environmental review and return when appropriate. The minute order from the February 9th hearing is included as attachment 6 to the board agenda letter for today. Next slide, please. To quickly refresh everyone's memory, the proposed project is a land use permit for a 15,648 square foot greenhouse. The project also includes grading of 3,200 cubic yards of cut and 3,106 cubic yards of fill, 3,930 square feet of landscaping, 11 new parking spots, and a new well and septic system. The project includes 6 full-time employees. The site is accessed via an easement on Friedensburg Canyon Road, and the subject property is a 5.24 acre parcel zoned Ag 1-5. Next slide, please. The vicinity map is shown here. The subject parcel is outlined in white. The purple area is the city of Spalding, and Highway 246 can be seen in the lower right corner. Next slide, please. This is the site plan for the project. The darker gray area on the right-hand side is the proposed greenhouse, and you can see the existing dwelling on the site as the darker gray area on the left. Next slide, please. Staff reviewed the project under section 15183 of the state legal guidelines. Section 15183 allows projects to be exempted from environmental review if they're consistent with the community plan for which an environmental impact report was certified. Staff analyzed the proposed project and reviewed the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan EIR. The community plan established zoning and land uses for the greater Santa Ynez Valley area, and the EIR details impacts for the area and zone the proposed project is located in, as well as considering the impacts of maximum build-out of the community. In the Ag 1 zone district, you can build up to 20,000 square feet of agricultural and residential structures before you need an improved development plan. The proposed project is an agricultural structure and will put the total development on site just under that 20,000 square foot number, so it is consistent with the density allowed in the Ag 1 zone. Attachment 3.B to the board agenda letter provides a complete discussion of the environmental impacts identified in the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan EIR, as well as the potential for the proposed project to create either a more severe impact or additional environmental impacts. And one quick correction on attachment 3.B, the first page lists the appeal as case number 21 APL 28, when it is in fact 20 APL 28. Next slide, please. Based on this review, your board can take the following action to uphold the appeal, case number 20 APL 28, make the required findings, including CEQA findings, for approval of the project, case number 19 LUP 469, determine that approval of the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines section 15183, and approve de novo the project, case number 19 LUP 469. There are 2 more slides in the presentation that are the building elevations and project timelines that were presented at the February 9th, 2021 hearing. They're included if your board wants to further review the proposed project. That concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. Do any board members have questions for Mr. Singer on the Decker appeal? Madam Clerk, do we have public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I believe next we will go to the applicant, Steve Decker.
Thank you.
And he is available on Zoom.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Steve Decker, applicant and appellant, and we are happy to see that Planning and Development has for the third time, fully vetted our project, that it meets or exceeds the San Ynez Valley Community Plan in itself, and then the EIR as well. So we are happy to see where we are today, and we hope that the board votes accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. And we have 3 requests to speak on this item, Madam Clerk, so let's call them.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, yes, we have 3 requests to speak on this item. We will go to Zoom for Nancy Emerson, to be followed by Mike Toshida.
And I'll close public comment at this time.
Thank you. Nancy, please proceed. And Nancy, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can unmute.
There,
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and supervisors. We watch ask you to deny the Decker appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of this application for an industrial greenhouse abutting the city of San Solvang and Friedensburg Canyon Road homes. It is not an appropriate use in this inner rural area next to the Solvang city limits and its single-family housing. The San Ynez Valley Community Plan describes the inner rural area as having changed over time in the valley, and I quote, "The subdivision of inner rural Ag 1 parcels is resulting in more estate ranchettes and associated hobby farms and less commercial agriculture." A perfect description of this neighborhood. In this case, potential overriding considerations, especially BNF, should not be used to justify approving this appeal. In previous hearings, neighbors and We Watch addressed the appropriateness of this size structure in a neighborhood that was primarily residences rather than commercial agriculture, those owned Ag 1-5. Even near the dead end of Friedensburg Canyon Road, no agricultural structures approached this greenhouse's square footage. What we did not specifically discuss was the greenhouse's mass and the fact that it sits on Solvang city limits. The site plan and aerial photos show that the applicant placed the greenhouse as far away from his own home as possible and imposed it on his nearest neighbors' homes, including one in Solvang. At 20 feet high and much longer than the houses next to it, it would be a huge visual eyesore for them. Setbacks and fences cannot solve the problem. It is unknown whether there might be noise issues from the greenhouse for these closest neighbors. Also, the greenhouse's mass and height make it too visible to other neighborhood residents. Finally, why does he need a parking lot with 11 spaces and 6 employees? Please deny this appeal.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson.
And we will now go to Mike Toshida, to be followed by Mark Shatilla, who is our final speaker. Mike?
Good morning. Thank you for taking some comments. I'm a new neighbor, so this is a new process for me in the process of this application. I was a little surprised that the board had requested an environmental review, and I still haven't seen a copy of that. So I was a little surprised that the board is okay not having that environmental review. And also, it looks like for this meeting that Ben had a copy of a plan that had been submitted to the county. I'd asked Steve Decker for a copy of the plan or any plans, and he told me there were no plans for the greenhouse, as he needs to submit those to the Homeowners Association, of which I am the head of the Architectural Committee, and Architectural Committee approval is required for any type of barn or building or fencing or and anything that would be built within the HOA district. So it'll be interesting. I'll reach out to Ben to get a copy of those plans so we can get our process started as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toshida.
And our final speaker is Mark Shatillo. Mark?
Good morning, members of the board. I'm appearing today on behalf of the Committees for Land, Air, Water, and Species, and I'm concerned for the procedural posture of the proposed action and what we perceive to be improper reliance on a categorical exemption, which, if it does apply in this circumstance, has not been fully complied with. Section 15183, the categorical exemption from the requirement of environmental review for this individual project, is narrow. It only looks to whether the project is consistent with the development density established by the community plan. And it requires that the county go through an analysis, either an initial study or other analysis, to determine whether all of the other elements of the project conform to the community plan and its prior environmental review, which is, I would note at this point, quite dated, over a decade old. There was no initial study, no analysis made available for the public to be able to participate in this process, and consequently, the protections and the provisions of 15183 don't appear to be applicable. Specifically, the land use permit is required both under general plan and zoning law to be consistent with the general plan, but also under section 15183, there's a requirement that all elements of the project are also consistent with the general plan. The San Ynez Valley Community Plan policies, the goal visual San Ynez Valley 1 and the policy number 1, both prioritize the minimization of impacts to open space views as seen from public roads and viewpoints, and the protection of visual corridors and the quality of the nighttime sky. All are issues that are triggered by the proposed project. So it's inexplicable to us that there be no analysis whatsoever in the process. The materials offered for the board's review do not offer, and for the public's consideration here, don't include the appeal itself. There's no legal analysis to be able to describe how this exemption from CEQA applies, nor is the general plan conformity analysis to be able to identify whether this project actually conforms to the community plan. Without that conformity analysis, 15183 does not apply. So we're actually quite surprised by the 180-degree change. The board directed staff to conduct environmental analysis, and instead they said, we're going to determine exempt. That seems it's both improper in terms of the board's direction, but also undermines the community's belief and support in the integrity of the planning process when these issues are, instead of being analyzed and addressed, are being swept under the rug. The adjacency to the urban area and the determination by the Planning Commission that this project did not apply, it was not appropriate for
And
the
that
site.
is your time, Mr.
denial.
Shatillo.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we go back to, Mr. Seward.
Mr. Singer, I think, had a few responses he wanted to come back to. Ben, did you want to answer?
Sure. Generally, we go to the applicant and then come back to staff, if that's all right. Mr. Decker?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Responding to Ms. Emerson's claim that the project was located in this away from my house. That location was actually the most appropriate location to have the construction be the least, have the least impact on anyone's view of it. We've gone to extensive screening measures beyond what is required to further mitigate that. And then there was a noise analysis made, and all of our noise emission projections at the property lines were significantly below what is required of me by the county ordinance. And as for Mr. Tashida's comments, it is a civil matter between he and I, and it's not a part of this proceeding. As to Mr. Shatillo's comments, he has made some really significant charges about this project not being fully vetted, and I don't know where he's getting all that from. This has been a remarkable three review process of this specific project. So I trust that planning and development will have an adequate response to Mr. Shatillo's comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we go back to Mr. Singer.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. And I've been told that my audio is less than stellar, so hopefully you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, it's a little muffled, so speak as clearly, enunciate as clearly as you can.
Will do. The project has been reviewed for consistency with the comprehensive plan as well as the land use and development code. This is all included in previous staff reports. As mentioned, this has been to the board once before and went to the planning commission as well. That analysis was not recreated for the board letter for today's hearing, but is included as attachments. For the environmental review was performed of the project as part of the consistency analysis, which is included as attachment 3B to the board agenda letter, which is accessible to the public. It reviewed the project for consistency with the development density allowed, which is required for section 15183 to apply to the project, and then reviewed the impacts anticipated by the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan Environmental Impact Report, as well as the project's relation to those, being whether it would create new impacts that were not reviewed by the EIR, or whether it would create more severe impacts that were reviewed by the EIR. All of this review is included in that attachment, and the project was found to not create a more severe impact nor any additional impacts. And due to that, section 15183 allows the exemption of a project that is consistent with the zone and the community plan as this project is. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, this matter comes back. Mr. Seward, did you have additional things you wanted to add?
Thank you, Chair Hartman. I think the only thing I would like to add is it was analyzed for policy consistency with the Santa Ynez Community Plan. This is a permitted use. This is ag zone land. It meets all the development standards for that ag zone as well.
So this comes back to the board. It is my district, so I'll take the prerogative of going first. I appreciate Ms. Emerson's comments because the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan very much did understand the changing nature of agriculture in the valley, and especially in these areas where greater and greater subdivisions were smaller divisions out of larger parcels, which in fact happened with the Decker property. And as noted, it's right adjacent to the city of Solvang. So it was in this context that the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan states that its goal is to protect and support agricultural land use and encourage appropriate agricultural expansion. You have to understand appropriate in the context of these changing kinds of agricultural uses, and here it was more horses and goats and 4-H and that kind of thing. Nobody expected to be living next to a commercial agriculture operation with employees and parking lots and a huge industrial sized building in their neighborhood that's highly visible. So I believe that it is inconsistent. Actually a unanimity of the Planning Commission made that same finding. So that's where I am. And with that, I'd like to hear from my colleagues. Supervisor Nelson?
Thank you, Chair Hartman. I understand where the neighbors are coming from. This is a neighborhood for all intensive purposes. That said, it is ag zoned, and so that's where I've come into this conflict trying to wrestle with this. If I lived in that neighborhood, I wouldn't be happy either. But I've tried to stay consistent as a supervisor on these matters and the role and the hat that we're wearing. I think if we were wearing our legislative hat, I'm all about rezoning these properties, residential or rural residential in the future. But right now, I'm wearing my judicial hat, and I have to look at the zoning and what staff has come across on these LUPs. I struggle with this as well with the cannabis projects. I'm not a big fan of some of these projects, but they're an LUP. It's consistent with the zoning. And so for me, and my vote on this is I think I support the appeal. It's consistent with the San Ynez Valley Community Plan. It's a permitted use. It's consistent with the development standards. It's an LUP. And I don't think the word appropriate for my comfort level is something that is that subjective. I think that it's appropriate for the zoning, and this is an agricultural use. It's not something that is ancillary to agriculture. It is agriculture, and as frustrating as that might be for the neighborhood or for the board, I can't go anywhere besides supporting Mr. Decker. We had this before us a year ago. We asked for additional environmental review. They came back with it, same result. And, I think, one of two things. If we were going to deny it now, we should have denied it a year ago. I don't think that that's, fair in our process that we do that. Maybe it was a message to Mr. Decker to back off, but he has continued to move forward. And I think he has legal right to do that, so I'm going to support his appeal.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I do have that question of whether the word appropriate is enough of a hook to make these projects fundamentally discretionary. I think that we've obviously tried to do everything we could to provide the neighborhood recourse by approving the environmental review, which delayed the project for a year. There is a difference between us not wanting this to happen and it being a discretionary decision on our part. Normally, things that are within the zoning of an area, it is not always discretionary for us to say no to. So I guess this rests on the question of whether the word appropriate in a community plan gives the board complete discretion over a project, and I don't know the answer to that.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I don't think anybody's jumping up and down and celebrating this project. But at the end of the day, it does meet the criteria for the zoning. I think Mr. Decker's jumped through more than his share of hoops. Unfortunately, I think I brought this up last time, is whether or not he builds this or not, he's going to be living around these neighbors for the rest of his life. And so, as we try to do with all of these items that come before us in this type of judicial setting, I think it's more important to make sure that you're that you have a compatible use, that all your neighbors are going to be able to, nobody wants to be the pebble in the shoe. So my recommendation is for him to sit down with his neighbors and find something that works. I think what he's going to tell me is, I've tried that, both sides have tried that, it hasn't worked, and this is why we're in this situation right now. So I think this all goes back to zoning, as far as folks want to be in ag setting, until somebody wants to do something that's ag in that area, and then it's like, wait a minute, that's not what we do here. But this is, I think this started out originally as a cannabis project, and it morphed into vegetables. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of the project. I understand the neighbors' concerns, but unfortunately, I can't get to the bar of, that appropriate, meaning that we would have discretion just to be able to pick and choose which projects that we approve in that area.
Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I'd like to know if County Council has anything to add to Supervisor Williams' question about, the word appropriate in this context.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Hart, the board has very broad discretion in interpreting consistency with the comprehensive plan, including the San Ynez Community Plan. So as part of a land use permit, which is limited discretion compared to a conditional use permit, it is one of the findings for an LUP for consistency with both the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan. I would just add to that if the board was inclined to go that way, you would need to make findings that would support that. And I believe actually there's findings in the packet for that.
Did you have any further questions, Supervisor Hart? I just did have a question related to what Mr. Toshida mentioned about plans for the greenhouse. Have we received those in planning?
Yes, all of the, Chair Hartman, thank you. All of the plans we've received, and they've been public, so I'm not exactly sure which plans he is talking about. I think he's talking about an HOA architectural review and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he could get them, but I guess Mr. Decker has to go through that process as well. Yeah.
That is correct.
Thank you. Well,
I had another question.
Sure.
Please, Madam Chair. One was on the blackout curtain. So how do we, well, I guess he's got a bunch of neighbors that are going to be enforcing that pretty much. We'll be getting those phone calls. All right, because I remember that was a major concern. I'd like to go back to, without trying to air all of our legal maneuverings here in public, if we denied, okay, if we uphold the appeal, the project gets approved, Mr. Decker decides he wants to go to the next step, who pays for that? I mean, do we defend ourselves? How does that work?
Supervisor Lavanino, so if I'm understanding your question, it's if we approve the project and then someone challenges?
Well, I'm thinking the other way. Let's say,
Okay.
let's go the other way, where we deny the project.
Mhm.
Mr. Decker then sues us for he wants to take it to Superior Court. How does that play out?
We would defend the board's decision to deny the project, and we would not be indemnified for that.
Okay.
So Supervisor Nelson, I just had a comment about your comment, so then I'll give it back to you. As we wear our judicial hat, we are looking at the Land Use Development Code, but we're also interpreting, and statutory interpretation is very much something that people do wearing the judicial hat. And for us, that issue is consistency with the community plan. And so there can be underlying ag zoning, but what does the community plan say, and is it consistent? And I've tried to say that the community plan was indeed developed within a context, and that context helps us to interpret what they were trying to get at. So it's supporting expansion of agriculture, but appropriate is there. And another goal of the plan is to be compatible with adjacent agricultural lands. And so the kinds of adjacent uses, as I've mentioned, it's small horse farms, goats, 4-H. So this is something that is not compatible, and it is not the kind of appropriate agricultural expansion. So that is a judicial process. We're not just becoming legislators by interpreting these terms. So just wanted to get that out there. Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. And actually I wanted to say that you're making it hard because that is persuasive. I just had a question about this appropriate term. Do we find that in other places in our code? Again, because I've taken a fairly hard line with my votes over the last year on cannabis projects, especially LUPs, that I'm generally going to support those because I find that we make the appropriate findings. That appropriate and compatibility with adjacent agriculture, do we find that in some of these other rural projects that have come before the board? Are those also in there? Because I want to be supportive of Supervisor Hartman here, and I'm trying to get there, but I also want to make sure I'm consistent with my previous approaches to land use permit appeals. So if you could help me with that, because that might help get me there.
Madam Chair and members of the board.
Yes, Ms. Plowman, please.
Yeah, the term, I don't think that term exists in our code, but what we do is look at the policies and make a determination of whether they are consistent with our policies. And so that's usually the language that is contained in our code, and that's what's contained in our findings. So the board has the discretion, as County Council said, to make the determination whether or not this project is consistent with the code requirements and the comprehensive plan or San Ynez community plan.
So Director Plowman, through Supervisor Hartman. But the appropriate and compatible with adjacent agriculture, that's in the San Ynez plan, though. It's kind of unique to that. Is that what I'm understanding from, or is it that throughout the code is really what my question is?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I'm not sure which, I'd have to get refreshed from Supervisor Hartman's comments, but I do not recall the use of that term in the San Ynez community plan, and we don't use that in our code.
Thank you.
So it's specifically listed as a goal in the San Ynez Valley Community Plan to protect and support agricultural land use and encourage appropriate agricultural expansion.
Thank you for refreshing me. So that's the board's, board has the flexibility to make the determination whether or not this project is consistent with the San Ynez community plan.
And the question is whether there's substantial evidence that it's incompatible or not.
Commissioner Williams, through the chair, that's correct.
Are there any additional comments or questions? I will then make a motion, and at least we'll get a vote on this, a motion to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal. Is that a correct way to phrase it?
Madam Chair, my recommendation would just at this point have it be conceptual, just because we don't have all of the documents here.
So could you, we'll get a vote and then you could explain the process.
Sure.
All right. Yes, okay. So maybe we'll just, all those who are in favor of denying the appeal, say aye. Aye. And all those in favor of upholding the appeal, say aye.
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 Is that for that?
I think it's 3-2. You want to do roll
3-2.
call?
Okay. I think we will do a roll call just to get it on the record, Madam Clerk. for the conceptual motion. Then we'll have to have a real one.
Supervisor Lavanino,
No.
Supervisor Williams,
No.
Supervisor Hart,
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson,
No.
and Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion fails. 4-1.
3-2.
I heard no.
Supervisor Williams?
Apologies.
I just
Motion
want
fails
to
3 to
say
2.
for the record, especially for my former constituents in the San Ynez Valley, I want to vote to deny this appeal. I just cannot make the judgment that there exists substantial evidence that this is against the community plan. There would have to be specific elements of the community plan that say you can't expand greenhouses. Our experience, of course, in Carpinteria is that that the community, I wasn't a part of it, the community created a zoning change to limit greenhouse expansion. That's what would be in my view, the necessary actions to do to limit this. I obviously think that part of this is the mistrust with the applicant and the belief in the community that he will try to put marijuana in this greenhouse. And if he does, he will face criminal charges. So, or at least enforcement by the county. I will definitely advocate for adequate enforcement to make sure that this is not a bait and switch, and would love to vote with you, Ms. Hartman, but I just can't make that judgment call.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Okay, then I'll make I don't think it's conceptual at this point, so we saw where everybody is. I'll move actions A through D, upholding the appeal.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
And would you call the roll one more time, just so this is now officially on the record with the official vote?
Supervisor Lavanino,
Aye.
Supervisor Williams,
Aye.
Supervisor Hart,
No.
Supervisor Nelson,
Aye.
and Chair Hartman.
No.
Motion passes 3 to 2.
Thank you. So turning to our next departmental agenda item, would you read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Agricultural Commissioner and Weights and Measures Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a Santa Barbara County hemp ordinance.
Yes, I'm unmuted.
Okay.
Welcome, Ms. Fisher and Ms. Martin. It's nice to see you in person. Did you want to introduce this item, Ms. Fisher?
Yes, good morning, Chair, members of the board. I have here today Lottie Martin, our Deputy Agricultural Commissioner. That's to give you the presentation on our hemp ordinance proposal.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Martin.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I'm Lottie Martin, Deputy Agricultural Commissioner, and I'm here to present a proposal for an ordinance regulating hemp. Next slide, please. Oh, I get to do it myself. The purpose of the proposed ordinance is to regulate the cultivation of hemp within the unincorporated area of the county, to promote agricultural diversification while protecting the environment, public safety, and welfare of the county, and to ensure a legal hemp industry for our new growers. The ordinance will enhance local oversight with tools that exceed those available in the state plan and regulations, and will include a local licensing requirement to ensure compliance with the state plan and other county ordinance restrictions. The ordinance will allow the department to charge fees for services that will offset the costs to run the program and provide a high level of customer service to the industry without increasing the county subsidy. The 2014 Farm Bill allowed universities to begin cultivating industrial hemp for research purposes. The 2018 Farm Bill removed hemp from the Schedule 1 Federal Controlled Substance List and directed the United States Department of Agriculture to develop regulations for a new federal regulatory program. The California Industrial Hemp Farming Act was signed into law on January 1st, 2017, and authorized the cultivation of industrial hemp by registered growers and research institutions. But Santa Barbara County continued to follow the guidance in the farm bills, only allowing hemp to be grown for research purposes. Currently, 32 counties in California have registered hemp cultivation sites. USDA certified the California State Plan as of January 1st, 2022, and Santa Barbara County is now accepting industrial hemp registrations. Growers cultivating hemp for research purposes now must register with the county. Allen Hancock College hired Dr. Anjali Misra, plant molecular biologist and professor, to administer the AHC Industrial Hemp Program. Allen Hancock College began the program in 2020. There are currently 8 growers participating in the program and a total of 179 acres being grown. At the height of the program in 2020, there were 12 growers that participated and 352 acres. Allen Hancock College built a grower-funded laboratory on the Lompoc campus where they perform genetic testing on hemp plants. Currently, they can test plants to see if they are male or female, and recently started running DNA fingerprinting-based diagnostics to distinguish between cannabis and hemp. Allen Hancock College started a hemp and cannabis club to help prepare students for industry positions, provide opportunities to take part in field training, and allow students to work hands-on with local community partners. The ordinance will require a county business license to grow hemp in addition to state registration. The grower must be the property owner or have written consent to grow hemp. No cannabis species other than industrial hemp may be grown on the licensed hemp site. Growers will need to submit a bond for each acre of industrial hemp grown to cover the cost of destruction of non-compliant hemp. The bond will be returned after successful harvest of the hemp. The department will charge the hourly rate to cover costs incurred to implement the program, and unpaid charges may be billed against the bond. In order to reduce the possibility of cross-pollination, male plants must be culled from the field prior to the flowering and pollen set. Fields will require signage to identify that hemp with no THC is being grown. The ordinance will allow for additional sampling following the state protocol as needed. Hemp must test below 0.3% or it is considered illegal. A non-compliant field may be tested again if it tests below 1% THC. If it tests above 0.3% again, the grower must implement the destruction plan. The county collects the samples, and the determination of the THC amount comes from a state-approved lab of the grower's choice. If destruction of the hemp is required, the destruction must be witnessed by the county. The ordinance has a compliance component to allow the agricultural commissioner to enforce the provisions using administrative fines and to suspend licenses. Other potential options are possible with this administrative ordinance are to limit the total number of licenses available each year, to limit the total number of acres allowed to be grown in the county, or some combination of the two, such as limiting the number of acres allowed by each licensee. The Agriculture Commissioner Weights and Measures Office recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve the introduction of an ordinance regulating hemp in the County of Santa Barbara, read the title, an ordinance regulating hemp, and waive further reading of the ordinance. Find that the proposed actions are exempt under California Environmental Quality Act, and set a hearing on the administrative agenda of February 1st, 2022 to consider and approve the adoption of an ordinance regulating hemp. Thank you for your time. I'll take any questions.
And do we have any questions? Supervisor Williams? None?
Yeah. I guess from a larger perspective, for those of us that are worried about the expansion of hemp, why take action now and in this form? Is it just simply because because of the lack of regulation? I mean, explain this to us a little bit deeper.
Supervisor, through the chair. We currently are accepting hemp registration, so hemp is able to come to the county one way or the other. And this just gives us a little bit more leverage as far as the keeping it legal and ensuring that our hemp growers have a nice, legal, even playing field to deal with. We have a couple of provisions in the ordinance that will allow for some extra inspections if there's compliance questions and things like that. So it gives us control that the state plan doesn't have available to us.
And, you know, some of us would want there to be some land use restrictions, but of course we don't have the luxury to go into land use restrictions today. So, I mean, what other limitations could we impose? I mean, why wouldn't we cap, for instance, you know, the hemp cultivation if we have capped marijuana cultivation in the county?
Supervisor, through the chair, that is an option available to you at this time.
Okay, and I think you said cap acreage or cap licensees, is if I remember correctly. So do any, Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Of those 8 cultivation sites or growers, what's this? I guess what's the biggest grow and what's the smallest grow? Do you have that handy? And the reason I'm asking that question is just kind of as you look at caps, it might be good to see what's out there.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, currently the biggest grower has 102.5 acres.
So the other grows about 10 acres apiece. All right, thank you for that. The other question I had was about the bonding. Is it potentially maybe another option besides bonding? Because I understand the reason why, because if we need to eradicate it and the grower disappears, that's going to be a cost that the county's going to have to incur. You know, hemp's not the only product out there that if it goes bad, it could be a nuisance to other crops that the county may have to get involved in. I mean, I think there's a lot of other fruits out there that could happen as well. We don't necessarily require that because these are usually growers that are well established. Is there another option potentially of bonding or showing maybe proof of funds to potentially eradicate that? Because what I don't want to do is saddle not just for hemp, but any other farm with a added cost that might be prohibitive. You know, there's, you know, your per acreage cost is always what are the inputs when to see if it's profitable or not. And if it's $2,800 an acre, which is the bond, that's about $280 an acre. That's actually a decently large cost. And so that's a little of a concern of mine moving forward with that. And is that an option that we might be able to add in there if we go down this route? Like a proof of funds or some other ways to show that they would have the ability to eradicate the crop?
I suppose if there's board desire, we could consider that. But I think to your larger question, if we wanted to do this with any other crop, it would come back to this board. We don't have authority, right? This is just authority for hemp, which is a very distinct crop because it's so close to they're both cannabis. And so I start talking about CBD cannabis and THC cannabis. So I don't think that a board in the future would certainly have the opportunity to say they didn't want to do this if it were ever proposed. We're just talking about this.
I guess what I'm trying to, the reason why I brought up other crops, because I do think if there's a nuisance, I think that the ag commissioner can step in on other crops. And so, you know, if there's a strawberry field that's gone, that they've abandoned, and it's got invasive species in there, you guys can act, is my understanding. So again, this is what we're trying to protect against is if it becomes a nuisance, you know, we have that police powers, we need to step in and and abate the nuisance, and then we'll need to charge somebody. We want them to bond so we know somebody will pay the bill at the end of the day. And so what I'm just saying here is that maybe we should consider proof of funds or financial stability as another criteria besides bonding. I think sometimes bonding.
Could we explore your question in there and get a clear answer?
Sure.
Because I think that's an important question, an issue that you've raised, is what other crops does the Ag Commissioner have authority to go in and destroy and collect money for that work?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, County Agricultural Commissioners already have abatement authority through the Food and Ag Code to abate public nuisances. These are any crop that has been considered abandoned. There's no longer any kind of pest, production going on at all. And so if we find a field through a complaint that fits that public nuisance definition, then we do, working very closely with the district attorney through notification to the property operator, we'll let them know that your field has been considered abandoned, and therefore, according to this code, you shall abate the nuisance. If they fail to do so within the proper period of time, then we work with the district attorney where they can possibly move in, place a lien on the property to pay for the cost for the county to come in and abate it themselves.
So that already exists, but that finding of abandonment is critical. And for the THC, CBD, for hemp, the proposal is to create a bond, and it doesn't have to be abandoned. It's just if they don't do the work. Is that? I'm just trying to understand the differences, and then we'll go back to Supervisor Nelson.
Madam Chair, that is correct. And in addition to that, if for sampling, our ordinance will allow us to charge for our sampling costs. If after invoicing that the property operator fails to pay that invoice, we can use the ban to cover those costs as well.
Supervisor Nelson?
No, I think that answers my question.
Okay.
I think that, I guess my point is that there's other tools out there, again, against a lien against the property. I hadn't even thought about that. Yes, it's extra steps, but I'm not one that wants to put additional layers of costs. Farming is sometimes a break-even business as it is. So, that's where I'm coming from on that. That's all I'm looking at.
So seeing no more lights, I did have a couple of questions. The first has to do with growing season. I just want to confirm whether I have a proper understanding that hemp has a shorter growing season, potentially more crops per year than does cannabis. I'll just call them hemp and cannabis for the moment. Is that understanding correct?
Madam Chair, they are technically the same species, so it should be very similar to what's grown for cannabis. Anytime you grow inside of a greenhouse or some sort of structure, you would have the ability to multiple crops per year, but they should, unless you, there are different types of seeds. There's like long and short, so some of those would give you a bigger window, but they would be similar to regular cannabis.
Okay, and so the similar issues of odor would arise, and then the issue of, as I understand it, the male hemp could pollinate with cannabis and therefore potentially change the flowering of the cannabis, and so that's why you're asking in the ordinance for people to go and pick out all the male plants. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, you are correct. They do have the ability to cross-pollinate.
And my understanding is also that seed is very cheap, but seedlings where you can be absolutely sure of the sex of the plant are very expensive. Is that true?
Madam Chair, from my understanding, that is accurate.
Okay. And so if you have acres of hemp that you've seeded with seeds rather than seedlings, how do you go in and pick out all the males? I mean, how realistic is that as a requirement?
Madam Chair, it's my understanding that they do similar in cannabis. If they're growing from seed, that they would go through and rogue the male plants and you can see there's a little bit difference on the flowers. So as they grow and they reach maturity, they have a different look to them. And so the growers are able to choose those out and rogue them out of the fields.
But it does sound like a pretty labor-intensive okay, and I see a emphatic nod from our Ag Commissioner. And then I had a question for County Council. Our urgency ordinance originally included hemp in it, so we're prohibited. Could you just put that on the record? I think that's important for us to understand.
Yes, Madam Chair, the county did adopt an urgency ordinance, which allows the county time to study and come up with a regulatory scheme. And when we adopted that urgency ordinance, we included both cannabis and hemp in that.
So that's no longer, that's a one and done, and that's no longer available to us.
That's correct. There has to be a significant change in order to adopt another urgency ordinance on the same topic.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I think we can go to public comment. Madam Clerk, 5 public speakers. So with that, I'll close the opportunity to sign up to speak on this item, and we'll hear from the first of 5.
Chair Hartman and members of the board. Yes, thank you. We have 5 requests to speak on this item. We're going to begin on Zoom with Claire Weinman, to be followed by Nancy Emerson. And if you are a member of the public and have signed up to provide public comment on this item, please log in now to do so. Claire?
Good morning. My name is Claire Weinman, speaking on behalf of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. Today, we wanted to reaffirm our policy position, which we confirmed with our board of directors last week. As we have previously articulated, our members have experienced the same land use conflicts and lack of compatibility between both hemp and cannabis, which has happened with numerous locations and crop types. We have seen tremendous conflicts and impacts in both Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo County, both with agricultural uses and other different types of surrounding land use and enforcement challenges. To address these predictable conflicts, we ask that for there to be a land use component to be added to this ordinance. We ask for any land use ordinance provisions developed in the future to be retroactive, such that there isn't a gap in coverage to address these potential impacts and conflicts. For reference, the San Luis Obispo County Hemp Ordinance only permits outdoor cultivation on sites that are at least 400 acres and requires a 2,000-foot setback, among other provisions. In the meantime, we ask you to implement robust administrative and licensing provisions as a stopgap measure, such as a license limitation and acreage cap. Thank you for your attention to this matter and responsiveness to the concerns of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weinman, for being here.
We will now go to Nancy Emerson, to be followed by Mark Shatello. Nancy?
Nancy Emerson, speaking for We Watch. We're a Sandy Inez Valley focused land use and environmental organization. And having supported the priority for development of a hemp ordinance, we were relieved to see it on the agenda. But we're having second thoughts after reading the ordinance. It's not just another agricultural crop, because hemp has all the problems except federal legality that resulted in a land use ordinance separating cannabis from agricultural crops. We have a draft separate ordinance, but it does not provide land use regulations stating where this cannabis-like plant can and cannot be grown, or how odor will be controlled. For residents and other agriculturalists, all it does is increase the unresolved problems with the cannabis land use ordinance. I too looked at the San Luis Obispo ordinance that was adopted in 2020, and it prohibited cultivation completely in the Edna Valley, a wine area, and in the Paso Robles groundwater basin, in addition to what Claire mentioned, required that these hemp sites be a mile or more from urbanized areas and prohibited hoop houses. What is needed for the tourist and wine industry dependent San Ynez Valley is inclusion in a hemp land use ordinance with regulations similar to those in San Luis Obispo County. Hemp cultivation can evidently cause problems for cannabis cultivation too, as already mentioned. So given the above problems for all tourists, residents, and agriculturalists, it seems to us that it would be wise to hold firmly to the current cannabis cap and to limit or ban hemp cultivation in an effort to control odor and locations. Specific to the hemp ordinance, the proposed regulation system, inspection, sampling, plant destruction, with implementation challenges and unknown costs for both the hemp farmers and the regulators is daunting. Are others using this system? And if so, who and how is it working? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson.
We will now go to Mark Shatillo, and then we will come to the Santa Barbara hearing room for Derek Stuckey, who is our final speaker. Mark?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Shatillo on behalf of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. We're concerned with this ordinance that the county is creating additional odor and enforcement issues that will compete with cannabis and the county's ability to manage odors in the areas where cannabis and now hemp are to be grown. First, I want to underscore that the county has full legal authority to regulate hemp. There is no preemption by state or federal law, and the state hemp plan has no controls for odor, but allows the county to adopt its own ordinance. So the county has the legal authority to require permits for hemp cultivation or otherwise to limit it. And our request, as explained in our letter, is that the county direct staff to prepare a permit program or to revise a permit program for all hemp cultivation that has the potential to generate odor. The reason for odor is first because hemp does create odor. Some forms of hemp cultivation are as odorous as cannabis cultivation. And we have seen from experience with the cannabis ordinance and the first cultivation operations of cannabis that there are large areas that are impacted by the odors from cannabis. And secondly, that this will conflict with the county's ability to enforce its cannabis ordinance. When there are several sources of odor that are nearby, one may be hemp, one may be cannabis, it will be very difficult for the county's enforcement staff to be able to distinguish. So we would support a permit program, but in the interim, if any action is to be taken today, that in accordance with the Growers and Shippers Association, that a narrow amount of coverage be allowed and licenses be limited to the current amount only. Finally, I want to just reference CEQA. The exemptions that were identified by staff are inapplicable. This action opens the door for the county to register and for the increased amounts of hemp to be grown. The ordinance defines itself as regulating hemp. None of the exemptions which provide for protection of the natural resources or the environment, or which require a finding that there's no possible direct or indirect effects apply. In fact, the state CEQA guidelines require environmental review for a project that will result in emissions leading to odors adversely affecting a substantial number of people. So this project is not eligible for the exemption, and we would ask that your board take careful action to ensure that this will not set us back in our efforts to promote a robust and well-regulated cannabis and hemp industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shatillo.
And we will now return to the Santa Barbara hearing room for Derek Stuckey, who is our final speaker. Derek?
Good morning, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. Derek Stuckey. Pardon me, a little frog in the throat. And I would like to address the topic of odor. I've heard odor a dozen times in the conversation so far, and it's a big, big deal around the plant, whether it's hemp or whether it's cannabis, THC or CBD in your words, Chair. We eliminate cannabis odor verifiably. 2 different third-party studies in laboratories saw 94 to 96% of the odor-causing particles, terpenes, to be eliminated and odorless. Our product is odorless. We just conducted gas chromatography sampling at a greenhouse where we are taking care of odor in Michigan, Highlight Farms. The gas chromatography testing showed that comparing the air within the greenhouse to the air outside of the fan where we were applying our product, 98.3% of the 8 terpenes the gas chromatography device was set up to measure, there was a 98.3% reduction in odor. And if I didn't mention this before, our product is odorless. So I'm not speaking in favor of anything else except to say there are solutions to the odor challenge that would help both the hemp and the cannabis industry and the communities with where they are located, as well as you folks doing your best to regulate and monitor and oversee the whole program. So that's all that I really had to say, is that there is a solution for odor. And I'm delighted to speak with anybody who's interested in learning more. Thank you for your time.
I just have a quick question. Is your solution the seedling, or is your solution a technological one that operates within or just outside of a greenhouse?
What we do is we will always treat air that's being exhausted from a greenhouse.
Okay.
So yes.
Thank you.
You're absolutely welcome. And if anybody would like a sample of my product, I have some. Let me know. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. So that's back to the board for additional, or did staff hear anything in public comment that they'd like to comment on? All right. So Supervisor Hart.
Well, the way I see this is the first step, and we've got the department here asking for this ordinance to give them some of the tools that they need to regulate hemp. And I don't think this is the last step in the process, and I appreciate the comments from members of the public who are looking for more aggressive regulation. That may be something that we need to do. Fortunately, it does not seem like we have an avalanche of growers interested in doing hemp. There's a modest number of people that are in this business right now, and the cost of doing hemp cultivation in Santa Barbara County is significant, and so far the marketplace isn't generating the revenues that seem to drive a surge in this activity. Something we got to pay attention to and monitor. Since hemp is legal across the country, there are very many places around the United States that are much cheaper environments to grow this crop on an industrial scale. And I can't, for the life of me, see why it makes sense to do this in Santa Barbara County. So I'm hopeful that we will have time to be considered and thoughtful about what additional regulations may be needed, but I support what we're proposing today to get us started on a path to get some controls of what has been unregulated largely to date.
Supervisor Williams and then Lavanino.
Well, I agree with Supervisor Hart's comments, though I would advocate that we take one step further. And my concern is to protect the board's discretion. That's really look, that's what earlier today was all about, the question of whether or not we have discretion. And this has been a recurrent theme in some of our LUP discussions in the inland portion in cannabis. And, my impression is there are good projects, there are bad projects, and there's projects that could be made good. I want us to preserve our discretion to the maximal degree possible. And so I would advocate that we would establish a cap and a cap that's not like written in stone the way we're treating the cannabis one, but one in which we, since we don't yet have the ability to come up with land use regulations because of the workflow issues in long-range planning, and because this is more rapid to do than a land use ordinance. It just is. So my thought is that we should establish a very small cap in order to provide some controls. My concern, is there's a couple things that could happen. Even without it being very commercially viable at this time, it could become a cloak for black market activity. And obviously odor could be an issue, and I think more than anything, we can use the lessons we've learned from our previous experiences to kind of build this up correctly. So, I would advocate that we establish a cap, and if somebody wants to go over the cap, that they still, apply and try to, prove the virtuousness of their potential project in coming to the board.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's weird because I was just thinking of a cap number, but so how would you, let's say we decided today that, we wanted to limit it to what we have now, or, what are we at, 180? If we made it 200 acres or something like that. Do you have the mechanics in place to be able to tell, because they do have to tell you where they are growing, correct? They have to give you the GPS coordinates and all that?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, that is correct. They're currently now allowed or required to register, so that would include the GPS coordinates and the acreage and things like that, which is addition to what we previously had for just research hemp, was only the GPS coordinates.
And then I find it very interesting that it's one grower basically that has half of the existing grow at this point. I mean, in northern Santa Barbara County, for a large portion of 1 year, it was just like everywhere you looked, and it felt like it was kind of out of control and moving in that direction. And of course, then everybody realized what Supervisor Hart said. This is probably not the best place. They can compete with us everywhere, and our land is just too expensive to really grow hemp. So, but I also understand that there is some value in what I see being done at Hancock and the research that's being done on this. So, I support smaller grows, but I'm fine with the ordinance that we have now, but I'd be open to, a 200-acre cap at some point. Obviously, that's always at the discretion of the board to open it back up if for some reason we really wanted to get in that business. I mean, this is the way I look at it. I look at it as it's almost the same exact plan. One generates revenue, the other one generates odor without any revenue. So this one is, a lot of problems, but it actually provides resources that we get to use for social services and homeless things, all these other problems that we have, and this one doesn't do anything for us. So I don't mind capping that at 200 acres or whatever it is now, and so that's where I'm at.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, it's legal now. So what we're doing here today for the public is we're actually making it more restrictive. This isn't allowing it, where Mr. Chitola brought up that, we should be having some kind of CEQA finding here that, because we're somehow allowing more more hemp. That's not the case. We're actually looking at putting regulations in place that can do only thing that could do is restrict hemp, not encourage hemp. I think this is also good because, as it was mentioned that this could be used as a cloak for the black market. When we identify and we know what's hemp, then nobody can say that's something else, or, it's really cannabis. This is what I think is really important, and a good tool that's going to come out of this regulatory scheme is it being called out in advance. We call in our shots. This is hemp. Don't play around with it, and we're not going to have that problem. Getting back to, what was said here, that there's, 8 current operators, 179 acres, 102.5 acres are from one grower. And I didn't want this to become a whole hearing on hemp and the good and the bad and how farmers are being innovative or trying to be innovative. But for that one that has 100 acres, I'm aware of that situation. And they're using hemp as an off-cycle crop so that they can continue to be profitable growing organically. Because they can't do organically annually, they have to do something in the out years to clean the soil, to not just leave it fallow, to become diseased. And so they found hemp to be a very innovative option for them. So it's not that's the hard thing here. And that's what I always want to do, is I want to make sure that we're not closing the door for other farmers to maybe use this plant as a way to be a part of their cycle of being a productive agriculture. I don't want this board or a county or any regulatory body telling people how to farm. I understand that, and that's one of the reasons why also with the odor issues, I've always stayed away from that being the reason why I want to be, might be against the cannabis project, because I knew hemp was right behind that. And, when you smell a freshly cut broccoli field or other pastures, there's a lot of fragrance out there, and that's one of the struggles with agriculture. I've always tried to look at other issues that might make it incompatible with legacy agriculture. I'm going to have a hard time with a cap just because I don't think we know enough. I think the market is driving this already. As you've seen, it gone from 300 acres a couple years ago down to 170. It's cut in half. We do have too expensive land. Our water is expensive to pull up from underneath the ground. It's a hard to pencil when it can be done almost anywhere else in the country. So I think it's going to take care of itself. I like to move forward with what we've got here. And if we do go to a cap, it asks for maybe that be a separate vote. I'm just not ready yet to go down that route.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor Nelson. So my understanding is that the state regulations are now in place, the federal program exists, so people can indeed be growing now. They can be planting hemp. And my understanding is that hemp is grown for food, fiber, or pharmaceuticals. And the CBD products that we see being advertised in almost everything in a pharmacy or a health food store is coming from pharmaceuticals. It's potentially, the CBD is very valuable and could be an important market. The problem for me, and odor is a problem, and I find it a different problem than broccoli. And that's why we've really had people in here since we started with the cannabis ordinance asking us to regulate odor to the extent that we can. But I think if that doesn't get it for you, I think we have to look at the federal law. In 1937, the Marijuana Act regulated both THC cannabis and hemp. And why? Same thing in 1970. Under the Controlled Substances Act, it's THC cannabis and hemp. They're the same plant. They're indistinguishable. And so we've got the problem of pollination, and the seedlings are much more expensive than the seeds. And we heard from our agricultural commissioner that pulling these out of acres and acres is a really laborious project. And so it's competing with cannabis on that, THC cannabis on that front. But I think the most important thing for us right now is on the enforcement front. They look alike, and you plant maybe the 3% or less on the outside and plant the other stuff on the inside, and it becomes just very, very difficult. And we've heard this earlier for our enforcement people, that this creates a huge additional headache for them to allow hemp when we're just trying to get cannabis really on its feet, and right now facing a lot of market difficulties anyway. So why would we create this additional black market opportunity here in our county? I believe that it is I'm very much in favor of the research program, and I think Hancock has done a great job. And, you know, if hemp has some opportunity for increasing the soil productivity for organics that other crops don't have, that are less of a nuisance, we should learn about that and figure out how to adapt it into our lives. But for myself, I would definitely, we're at risk now. People can plant now. We heard an appeal earlier today. That can occur now in that greenhouse. So we need to step up or it's going to get out of control. And then when it's out of control, we're going to try to regulate it and we're going to have all these legal non-conforming uses. And then we're back into a mess that we've already experienced on this board and in our community. So I very much support a cap that holds the acreage to what we are now and get our regular cannabis market stabilized and then reconsider that going into the future. Supervisor Hart.
Well, I'm persuaded by my board colleague comments that we should have a cap, and I can support that. But I do think it is important to recognize the point that Supervisor Nelson mentioned, which is we're not creating this. This exists now. This is legal. This is a legal crop. United States Congress legalized it. State of California did too. So we're not creating the market for hemp. We're regulating it. And this was the staff's proposal to regulate it incrementally with this one step that was proposed today. And the board, you know, is agreeing with that, I think, and taking it further and saying, let's put a cap and let's try and maintain the status quo because it is manageable today the way we have it. And we don't want to create all the unintended consequences or negative consequences that come from the expansion of this industry because it doesn't generate tax revenue and it definitely generates potential conflicts with neighbors. So I think this is a good step forward.
Supervisor Williams?
I obviously support a cap, you know, and believe that we should just not treat it as sort of gospel, you know, that if conditions change, if people are bringing forward meritorious ideas, I'm open to changing it. But I think that it provides some protections from possible problems if we establish a cap, you know, at close to the current amount.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Well, I'll just make a motion then. It sounds like we're pretty much all on board. I'll move.
I think we need two separate motions, one for Supervisor Nelson
That's
that
right,
would accept the current.
Okay. All right, I'll move. Yes.
Excuse me, Supervisor Lavanino, before you do your motion, if we are going to add language to the ordinance and you want this today to be the first reading, then my recommendation would be that you give the staff time to put together that language. I have a few questions for you. It might be able to be done today with trailing, depending on exactly what you want to be included in the cap, but we might need to continue it and come back for a first reading.
Would it be possible to, okay, so we might be able to do it all today, assuming there's a board majority to say a cap. If we cannot do it all today, can we adopt what we have today and then amend it or add to it?
Madam Chair, yes, that's an option. You could adopt what we have today, then we would have a second reading on that, and then we'd re-agendize an amendment to it, and we could go forward with two readings on that as well.
And from staff's perspective, would that be preferable to give you more certainty, or have you anticipated this and possibly could be ready today?
Madam Chair, based on your board's direction, we could be ready today.
Okay. So Supervisor Lavanino?
Okay, I'll move items A through D with subsections I, double I, and triple I.
Okay, and I think we had that on the screen. Maybe you could just put it up there. Thank you. And do we have a second?
And Madam Chair, again, I think this is a conceptual motion because we're going to need to have the language before we're actually taking the action today.
Okay.
So even that is conceptual?
Oh, I'm sorry, were we wanting to?
We were
to-
going to split.
We're separating, we're
we-
taking action on this today.
Correct.
We're
And
going
then
to hope
providing
to
action.
take action on the second, but Supervisor Nelson wants a different, we need to separate them for purposes of the vote, because one supervisor may vote differently on the different motions.
But that still means we would have to have them both be conceptual, because.
The
if we're
second
gonna-
one has to be conceptual, I think. This one doesn't, because we want to adopt, all of us want to adopt this today, if possible.
If we had, yeah, but I thought we just heard from staff that they could bring it back to us today with the change. And so we don't want to adopt it without the change before we adopt it with the change.
So, Chair
could.
Hartman,
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with just putting my, I'll vote no, I'll end up voting no on the entire package, which is fine. I
Okay.
think I've made my point on the record. I don't need it
Okay.
documented
All
beyond
right,
that.
trying to, okay.
So-
Supervisor Lavanito,
Okay.
once more for
gonna
conceptual
try
motion
this
this
one more
time.
time.
It's my fault, thank you.
That's okay. A through D with I, double I, triple I, and do we want it then for conceptual add that there would also be a 200-acre cap implemented countywide?
And is there a second?
I'll second.
And further discussion? Would you consider a cap at what we have currently?
Sure, but aren't we at? what were we-
179.
Oh, 179? All right, I could do 180. Yeah.
Okay. Would you,
179 sounds
Supervisor
funny.
Williams, would you go for
I'm
one?
okay with either one of those options, because I think they both do
what
what
we
our
wanna
goal
do,
is, but,
yeah.
but I'll agree to that.
Okay, and let's see, this is a conceptual vote. So, County Council.
Madam Chair, I was just documenting again that it's conceptual. It's basically you're giving direction to staff to trail the item and come back with.
Okay.
But it's fine if you want to make sure we have the votes to do that.
Let's do that. Madam Clerk, just call the roll on this conceptual motion.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Conceptually, yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Aye. Aye.
Supervisor Hart, Supervisor Nelson,
No.
and Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, so we'll trail this, and I think that means we're ready to recess to close session.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, before we break, and I understand you've got the cap, a couple of things I want to clarify. And do we end up with 180? Is that acre cap, 180? Okay. Okay. And then I just want the board to be aware that the ordinance won't take effect until 30 days after the second reading. So it's possible that people could register in between now and then. And so we could have, end up having more than we have today. So I just want the board to be aware of that when you're setting.
And
the
then
cap
what
for-
happens?
Well, essentially, we would need to build in some kind of amortization period. And then the way this current ordinance works is it's not a renewal process, it's re-registration. So if that were to happen and we had a few extra acres being added in, it would be phased out over the next year before the re-registration. And I
And
just wanted to make sure that that was clear to the board
Okay,
before we took
but
a
we
break.
think we may be able to bring it back today, so that means it would go effective when?
So we did a second reading, at which is it next week? And then 30 days after that.
Okay. It's the best we can do. Okay. So now all questions on that answered for the moment, and we're convening to close session. And County Council, Ms. Van Molen, will you tell us what we're going to be considering in closed session today?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, we have anticipated litigation, which is Government Code Section 54956.9, significant exposure to civil litigation, one case, and the agenda documents that we have a submitted claim. We also have anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate litigation, one case, and we have existing litigation, and that's with Zissa versus County of Santa Barbara. It's the United States District Court, Central District of California. And our time estimate is about an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay, so we will reconvene then at 1:30, and we will go to our, we'll go to our final item and then trail this hemp till the very end, just so everyone knows. Okay, so back at 1:30. Thanks for the map.
sword on my back. You don't know how to act. Maybe you should relax. Maybe you should relapse. Just kidding. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop.
We're reconvening the January 25th, 2022 Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we've just returned from closed session. County Council, will you report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board met in closed session on one item of anticipated litigation, a significant exposure to civil litigation. Another item of anticipated litigation on deciding whether to initiate civil litigation, and existing litigation, Zissa versus County of Santa Barbara, and the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. We did trail the hemp ordinance. We have that back on our tables. Can we go forward with that and close it out, or do we need to wait for staff to return?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I do believe there actually are a few additional changes they are making.
Okay, so we'll go forward then with our departmental agenda item number 4. Would you read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an update on the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19.
Thank you. Dr. Del Reynoso.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Both Dr. Ansorg and I will be providing your board with an update on COVID-19. Next. To begin, I'd like to present to your board a summary of our numbers. Our new cases stand at 780. We reported 2 new deaths, and these are both are individuals who were 70 plus years of age, had underlying medical conditions, but not associated with a congregate care site. The individuals resided in Santa Ynez Valley and Santa Maria. With regards to active cases, we are reporting 5,645. We have 139 hospitalized with 17 in the ICU. Our total case count is 73,544. Total deaths stand at 587. Our case rate per 100,000 is 181.02, with testing positivity at 23.4. Next. Similar to many other counties in California, Santa Barbara County's coronavirus transmission numbers continued to improve over the weekend. It appears that we may have peaked and hopefully passed the worst of the Omicron surge. However, COVID-19 case and positivity numbers remain well above pre-Omicron records, meaning that we are still at highest levels of transmission than we have ever seen at a case rate of 181. Next. This graph describes our case rate by vaccination status. As of January 13, our case rate among unvaccinated individuals is 631 per 100,000 versus the low 154 per 100,000 among vaccinated individuals. This means that in Santa Barbara County, unvaccinated individuals are 4 times more likely to get COVID than fully vaccinated individuals. The data that we are presenting in this graph continues to show the compelling difference between unvaccinated and vaccinated infections. Also noted is the unvaccinated case rate has a significantly steeper increase compared to the vaccinated case rate, which is beginning to trend downwards. Next. Currently, there are 71% of hospital beds in use and 81% of staffed ICU beds in use. So of the 595 hospital beds, 420 are in use. And with that number, 139 are for COVID-19. Of the 62 staffed ICU beds, we have of the 62 staffed ICU beds, we have 50 in use, with 17 of them for COVID-19. Next. As of 1/24, COVID hospitalizations have increased in our county by 309% in a month. This new surge in COVID-19 hospitalization surpasses values that we saw in the summer. Last week, I met with the hospital CEOs, and we had a conversation about COVID admissions. And so we found that of the COVID-19 patients hospitalized, about 25 to 33% come with COVID, and the remaining came because of COVID. So even if the COVID patients who are admitted for other reasons, like a real life example of 8 labor and delivery patients who came to deliver babies but were found to be COVID positive upon testing, these 8 will require extra resources to support their COVID state. So COVID state does impact hospitalization. Next. This is a summary of our vaccination rate as of 1/23. We have 78.4% of eligible Santa Barbara individuals vaccinated, and we have 70.1% of eligible Santa Barbara County as fully vaccinated. Next. Our mobile vaccination program continues to focus on areas that are lower in vaccination coverage. Please check our website at publichealthsbc.org for details of our vaccine clinics throughout the county. In addition, we've been focusing on Isla Vista and Goleta to increase the vaccination rates in the 93117 zip code, which has the lowest vaccination coverage in our county. Next. Currently, we have 211 active outbreaks that our team is managing. We have 93 outbreaks among businesses, 48 among schools, and 70 among congregate living facilities. Next. With regards to testing sites, community testing sites, I'd like to update your board that at the 11th hour, we were unable to enter into contract with a site. And so we are exploring and with a second site that we had in mind. So the ETA is unknown for Goleta, the Goleta site, but the state staff are ready to set up shop once we have a confirmation of a site and the contract is in place. With regards to turnaround time for test results, typically we are seeing a 24 to 36 hours for all of us, for all of our sites. However, due to increase in the number of tests performed statewide, we are seeing an increase in turnaround time for results. For the last week, the median turnaround time is 72 hours. Next. With regards to antigen testing, our healthcare center placed 2 orders for a total of 205,200 kits, and each kit contains 2 tests. The number of kits received as of today is 165,996 kits. We have 77 partners that we have engaged countywide to assist us in distributing these kits. We have engaged 25 partners in North County, 15 in Mid County, 33 in South County, and 4 partners who serve countywide. Next. With the distribution of kits, during week 1, which was last week, we distributed 36,450 total kits, and 48% went to North County, 8% to Mid County, and 44% went to South County. This week's distribution will include giving out 71,550 total kits, with 40% going to North County, 22% going to Mid County, and 38% going to South County. Next. And this is a nice graph or a nice map showing where all of our partners are. So we strive to ensure that the antigen testing distribution is widely available throughout our county. Next. Last week, your board inquired about national data in comparison with our state data and our local data. This first slide is about COVID cases in the US, with cases reporting at 690,448, with 157,429 hospitalized and 2,182 deaths. And this is a graph that is very similar, but on a smaller scale, what we are experiencing in California. A note about this national data, across the US, we are seeing the Omicron surge starting to recede, with 17 states reporting decreasing cases over the past 2 weeks. Next. So this is COVID cases in California as of yesterday. And again, we are somewhat mirroring the national graphs, but again, on a much smaller scale, with 108,751 cases, 15,829 hospitalized, and 123 deaths reported yesterday. Next. This is comparing trends in cumulative cases. Again, last week, there were inquiries about how our outcomes are compared with regards to Arizona, Florida, and Texas, and other states. And so this is a graph that describes cumulative cases reported to CDC in these 4 states. And these are cumulative cases per 100,000 by submission date. So you have the blue line, which is the top line at 24,899, and that is Florida. And the next line is the purple line with 24,078 from Arizona. And the third line, the lower line in brown, is 20,466 reported by Texas. And the lowest is the green line reported by California at 19,160. Cumulative metrics can help us understand the overall impact of a disease on a population, especially given differences in policies and strategies. We are reporting today only cumulative cases and cumulative deaths because only 36 states and territories report cumulative hospitalizations. So the data around cumulative hospitalizations is less complete. Next. This is comparing trends in cumulative deaths. The top line is purple, and this is cumulative deaths per 100,000 by submission date to CDC. The top line is 352 as reported by Arizona. The second line is 298 in blue reported by Florida. The third line is in brown at 265 reported by Texas, and the lowest line is 197 as reported by California. Next. And I'd like to transition to Dr. Ansorg, who will be presenting the next few slides.
And also, Chair Hartman and members of the board, the press is really writing a lot and speaking a lot about when is this pandemic finally going into an endemic phase. And I just wanted to use this opportunity to give some definitions and a little bit of insight in this. A pandemic is a worldwide epidemic, basically, that happens around the globe on a large scale. That's what we're experiencing right now. An epidemic is the same thing, but geographically or in a population with a significant but a limited outbreak of a disease. And endemic actually means a disease that has a constant presence in a certain population or in a geographic area, but it is manageable and it's not causing enough illness to disrupt normal life activities or overwhelm the healthcare system. We are used to, infectious diseases like measles, varicella, mumps, influenza, flu, common cold, and those kind of diseases. They are endemic. They are a nuisance. Sometimes they cause death or problems, but they never overwhelm the hospital system, and they don't make us having to change policies to keep people safe. Next slide, please. So COVID, when is COVID going into an endemic phase? Even Dr. Fauci is very careful because there are certain requirements that would have to be fulfilled. We now understand that the SARS-CoV-2 virus will never be eradicated, but it will remain in the population at some level, and it will cause periodic waves of infections, quite similar to influenza or mumps or the common cold even. For an infection that relies on person-to-person transmission, like COVID, to remain endemic for a long period of time or forever, every infected person, on average, must pass it on to at least another one. The other person has to be susceptible to the virus. So the more people in the population are immune to the virus, a smaller number of people will get infected and the outbreaks will be limited. Next slide, please. So what are the strategies that we have to focus on and take into account for policymaking and recommendations? We need high vaccination rates with boosters. We now know that boosters have an enormous impact on how robust the immunity is against Omicron, for instance. Just last week, the CDC came out with a very good paper showing that that the immunity against the Omicron virus wanes faster within the first 6 months. And that's why it is very important to get a booster to have much improved protection against Omicron. We do have, fortunately, some medications now that are very effective. We have monoclonal antibodies. We've had them for quite a while. Unfortunately, the ones that we have used widely are not effective against Omicron. So as of yesterday, the FDA withdrew the approval for use of BAM80, as we call it, and Regeneron as monoclonal antibodies because they are not effective against Omicron and Omicron is prevalent is 99% of all COVID infections in the United States. We have fortunately one new one. Monoclonal antibody has to be given through an intravenous infusion at the hospital to patients with moderate illness due to COVID, and that would have high risk for poor outcomes. And the drug is called sotrovimab, and unfortunately, it is in short supply. So we are receiving on a weekly basis, even though the CDPH says it's a bi-weekly basis, but we have received on a weekly basis small amounts, and we are giving them to our hospitals, our emergency room of all the hospitals, as well as to the Central Coast healthcare centers, who have infusion site where they can take advantage of this treatment. As probably everybody has heard, there are 2 oral medications also available now. One is called Paxlovid. It's a 5-day oral pill, just like Tamiflu for influenza, for instance. And it is, again, meant for people who are COVID positive with mild to moderate symptoms, not needing hospitalization, and who are at increased risk for poor outcomes, especially people over 65, but already starting at age 50, then people with higher body mass indexes or other underlying conditions have a higher risk for poor outcomes with COVID. And therefore, it's a really important new medication that we have that can be taken at home. We are really hoping that the company is going to produce this medication on a large scale. We just sent a provider alert to all of our medical providers in the county on Friday, giving them clear instructions on whom to prioritize for this drug. And also, the considerations for prescribing the drug, because there are certain interactions with other medications that have to be, thoroughly evaluated before prescribing the drug. Because it's a brand new drug, every doctor has to learn about it, and we are helping in collaboration with all of our outpatient physicians. There is another drug that's been used for a while already. It's called remdesivir. It's also an antiviral, not a monoclonal antibody, and it has to be given intravenously as well. But it is now also approved for outpatient treatment, which is absolutely helpful. It's very effective in reducing severe outcomes and minimizing death from the disease. However, it has to be given on 3 consecutive days with an IV infusion, and that is, of course, a logistical problem. But it is some clinics may be able to take advantage of this. The last drug by the company Merck is called molnupiravir, and it is really only to be used if there is no other drug available, because its effectiveness is much below, is only 30% as opposed to almost 90% of the other drugs. So we don't encourage that as a first choice, but only if there's no other option available. As we all know, we are all getting more and easier access to self-testing, which is a really big, important part. Because if people can self-test, and then once they're positive, when they identify they are positive, even if they don't have symptoms, they can isolate themselves and not spread the virus further. That is a very important piece to make sure that we reach the endemic state sooner rather than later. In the meantime, we should really keep with social distancing and masking in public indoor settings. We should avoid crowds. until this Omicron surge is over. So if this goes according to what we are seeing right now and what we're seeing in other countries and in New York, for instance, we may have passed the peak locally for the Omicron surge, and we are just hoping that it is going down very rapidly, and that we will be at a really safer and better place in the very near future. I would say middle of February. We should see much lower case rates, and hospitalizations will obviously lag behind. Just because we had Omicron is really less virulent. The percentage of people who are infected that require hospitalizations is much lower. Unfortunately, though, we have such a huge number of new infections every day that the end result is that right now we have 139 patients in the hospital. That's a huge, huge increase from even 4 weeks ago when we were talking about 30 people in the hospitals. The ICU stay is not as, ICU care has not increased that much. We have currently 17 in the ICU, and we used to hover around 10 people in the ICU. So if we have a high vaccination rate, as high with boosters, as high as possible, if we have more readily available and easy to take antiviral medications, if maybe we get newer vaccines, but I don't see this to happen this year, that will happen, that will protect also against other variants. And if we continue to get even better testing and more available testing and for safety and to isolate ourselves, then we should really be on track to reach an endemic state sometime this year. So is there another slide? Let's look. Just happy people. So I leave that to Dr. Dorenoso, who was, I think, participating in giving out the test kits.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ansorg. So last Saturday, our healthcare center in Santa Maria hosted a drive-through to distribute 6,750 test kits to the community. Here, joining our team of 9 staff was Director of DSS Daniel Nielsen and Supervisor Nelson. It was a great event, and we were thrilled to be able to serve our community in this manner. Next. What was really sweet is that a little girl approached us during the event and handed us a handful of cards. And this was the front and the back of the card. You know, we're 22 months into the pandemic response efforts, and it is moments like this that really re-energizes us in our efforts to protect our community, to serve our community. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ansorg and Dr. Dorenoso. Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. My question is about the public health testing locations. I saw in there it says turnaround time is 24 to 36 hours. I've been hearing from the public somewhere between 5 and 8 days, which is very problematic, especially since that's often longer than the quarantine period. So I'm just trying to square that. I imagine with the Omicron spike, there was a lot of additional people pushing towards testing, and along with the schools. Was that a temporary glitch, or is that, you know, where are we at?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So at our community testing sites, the state processes the tests. And due to the sheer number of tests that need to be processed, we are seeing anywhere from 24 hours to 72 hours, with the median being in the 72-hour range. So it's nothing that we can do. We checked in with the state, and the state is just the sheer number of cases that have of tests that have to be processed.
Thank you.
And
Yeah.
we encourage. So we also encourage community members who are who've been exposed, who are symptomatic, to safeguard their isolation and quarantine period while they wait for the test results.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Reynoso. Yeah, so I'm just, 24 to 72 hours I think works. 5 to 8 days, becomes a problem, especially if somebody needs to make a decision on whether they go back to work or not, yet they don't know if they've been exposed. And so it's really problematic. I'm sure you're already sending that message to the state, but just wanted to make sure I relayed that today. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams, then Lavanino.
I just wanted a little bit more progress on our effort to get us boosters at skilled nursing facilities. Obviously, we don't regulate skilled nursing facilities. You're just there to help, but I would like to, know what you know and what your folks are up to try to help address that.
Our team, we actually have a specific team that goes into our residential skilled nursing facilities, and that was our #1 priority, to ensure that skilled nursing facilities of large sizes as well as small sizes are given the opportunity to get booster shots. So to the best of my knowledge, we have made that round, and everyone who needed or who wanted to be boosted have received their booster. So if there are specific skilled nursing facilities that we're not aware of, please let me know and we will resolve that.
Supervisor Lavanino. Thank
you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Reynoso, you did address something that I keep reading about that it's at the front of my mind. It's with the hospitalizations and the numbers that we see. And I read an article, I believe it was in the San Francisco Chronicle, where they determined almost 45% of the hospitalization number that they're reporting are people testing positive in the hospital, but like you said, maybe they're for, a birth or a surgery or something else. And I understand what you were saying about that still impacts the hospital because it's a staffing issue. But it doesn't seem. It seems like numbers we used to use 2 years ago now have a lot less. I guess there's a different correlation. I was just wondering if you could speak to that. It seemed like back in the day it was you had a case, which then means you were probably going to have a hospitalization, which then meant you were probably going to have somebody in the ICU on a ventilator. Where now, case doesn't seem really to relate to hospitalization. Hospitalization doesn't result in an ICU. Can you just kind of talk about that for a second?
Yes, I can start, and Dr. Ansor may add if I'm missing pieces. But in our conversation with the hospital CEOs, the fact is that yes, we know that with this Omicron surge, that the percentage of hospitalization and correlating percentage of death is not like previous surges. It is less severe, and it is less severe. It has less severe outcomes. But the fact is that when you have 25 to 30, even if you have 25 to 33% of your COVID cases hospitalized came with it, not because of it, it still impacts the hospital with regards to the attention and the resources to treat the COVID state. And we are happy to report that it looks like Omicron is not requiring a high level of ventilation usage as we did previously. But again, the sheer number of cases, and even if we look at a smaller percentage of that going to the hospital, it is still quite large. Dr. Ansor, do you have any additional comments?
Yes. Um, Even Supervisor Laminino, you're right in that there are definitely patients hospitalized in California and across the country who would not need hospital care for their COVID infection. However, that varies from area to area. It also depends on how active an individual hospital is with elective procedures, for instance. I know that Cottage Hospital has scaled back drastically. They're only doing like 25% of planned procedures compared to previously in order to open up more space for COVID care. And that's why they really only have about 25% of new admits that are not with COVID, that are not admitted because of severe COVID illness. However, if you have 150 people, yesterday was 150, today it's 139, and you take 75% of those, that's still a huge number of really severely ill people. And we do know that with Delta, the relative risk for dying from COVID with unvaccinated people is 53 times that of a vaccinated person. So with Omicron, it's not quite as drastic, but we do know that the people who end up in the ICU on a ventilator for weeks and eventually die are almost exclusively unvaccinated people. And the more the more people catch the infection, and if they're unlucky and are over 50 or 55 and unvaccinated and have a little bit of other risk factor, their risk is really, really tremendously high. And that's why nationally and locally, we still have a huge number of obviously new cases, but also we are reporting huge numbers of daily deaths across the country. And even though it may be less than 1% of the infections that require hospitalization, as opposed to 10% that we talked about previously, just the sheer number of them will add up significantly. So we have way more than in our Delta surge or last other surge. So it's our hospitals are very, very strained, and I hope that this is over sooner than later. So
I think we all feel that way, Dr. Ansarg. So, and I guess I have a question of, it's kind of hard to talk about it now, but when it is over, it would be really, I don't think I've ever seen a breakdown of, the people that died. There's this national conversation now going on about, okay, who did die? How many were obese? How many had diabetes? And I know like public health has always had, this healthy eating, active living, change your lifestyle, improve your lifestyle, how that's going to help you live longer. But when we're in the middle of this, we're not really, it doesn't seem like we're talking about it that much because we're just trying to get people to stay alive. But that seems to have a huge, the folks that are dying have a disproportionately very high percentage of, obesity and diabetes and other comorbidities that when this is all over, we've got to address again.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, to me, even though the scales are different, it's following the familiar pattern of the last surges, which is, you get high case rates, and then you get higher hospitalizations, and then you get higher ICU, and then you get higher deaths. And as Dr. Ansarg said, there's still 2,000 people dying a day, nationwide. And it's having consequences because you have to adapt to the number of people in the hospital.
have electives been canceled at Cottage, Dr. Reynosa?
Yes, they have. And so with at Cottage, they have, and at Marion, they are selectively on a case-by-case basis and more restricted in their electives, and the same for Lompoc Valley Medical Center. So those two hospitals are being selective in procedures, mainly keeping the outpatient electives available and really restricting the inpatient.
And I think that's, proof positive that this is negatively impacting the system, because it's not a ideal situation, and I'm sure they, though I support their move, it will have consequences to cancel elective surgeries, which is the possibility of more people having more severe conditions or dying because they couldn't get their elective surgery. We're not out of the woods yet.
Supervisor Hart.
Oh, I'm sorry. One last question, just on the ages, just so that we get a sense of this, the school outbreaks and the numbers that are under 17. Are those mostly teenagers, as we've seen in the past, or is it the younger set that are unable to get vaccinated? And if you don't have those numbers, just what do you see anecdotally through what places are getting outbreaks, elementary or?
We actually have those numbers. So when we look at our pediatric age groups, we are seeing that they follow the uptick in cases in general. At our recent peak, there were 1,546 cases with an episode date on January 10th. So of this, 5% were 0 to 4-year-olds, 24% were 5 to 17-year-olds. So I would say that the percentage breakdowns are pretty consistent with what we're seeing.
Thank you. Supervisor Hart.
Looking at the charts that you presented today, it seems to me that the headline is the decrease in cases from the peak. And I just want to make sure I'm reading these charts right. It looks to me like we're down from the peak of 256 cases per 100,000 population to 181. Well, that's a big drop. That's nearly a 30% drop. It's very hard to see the time sequence on the chart. But the other good news is, similar trends at both the national level with the chart that you have on page 14, and then also in California on page 15. Again, the time sequence is really difficult to discern from the scale of these charts, but it looks like, this happened so quickly. The surge came on us, within a month, at the beginning of December, really, I guess about 6 weeks, really. And if the trend line continues, and we don't know, but it looks like it is, we could be on the other side of this in another month or so. And which makes me think that this moment in time right now is particularly important to keep that momentum going, and that our best strategy are masks. If people clearly have responded to the urgency of the moment and are wearing masks more regularly, being conscious about being in crowds, and we're starting to see the effect of that. And I just want to encourage people to hang in this with not that much longer to get to the other side of that, because we could see as people do this new behavior, the benefits of that accelerate the progress, and we're going to get to a better place quicker. And just want to make sure I'm reading these charts right and understanding that headline correctly.
Supervisor Hart, through the chair, you are reading it correctly. We anticipate, based upon modeling from other countries, other jurisdictions, that we can expect a further decrease in our numbers But you're also absolutely right that we have to maintain our diligence in wearing our masks, and we have to make sure that our community members are getting vaccinated and are getting boosted. So those are, as Dr. Ansorg mentioned, those are very critical strategies as the peak continues to decline. We definitely don't want a movement in the wrong direction.
Thank you, Dr. Dorosa.
And I had a couple of questions. The first is about contact tracing and registering the number of cases now that so many people are doing home tests and they may be positive. So we're not registering those, I take it, or contact tracing. That's mainly in congregate settings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the second, could you talk about testing available in the Santa Ynez Valley?
And with the PCR testing at the community site, we continue to look for a site that could host the state coming in and setting up shop. So our team continues to look for that site. And we made sure that in the distribution of the at-home antigen tests, that the various community partners will have access to distribute them in the
Thank you.
Santa Ynez Valley.
Thank you very much for that. And a couple of questions about childcare. If I understand correctly, preschools have been invited to go with aptitude, but much of our childcare in the county is in-home, and I wondered if there's any opportunity to use either the county or Children's Resource and Referral to provide technical assistance to those in-home providers so that they could take advantage of the testing.
Great question, Supervisor Hartman.
It comes from Gina Fisher, of course.
So we were very mindful when we received the cash, the allocation of tests. We set aside a significant amount for unsupported sectors in our community. As you may have heard, what I would say 3 to 4 weeks ago, we had heard that the state was going to allocate to private schools and childcare directly. We now know that the state is having challenges acquiring at-home antigen tests. So it is because your board support our 5 healthcare centers, we have the ability to draw down those test kits from our federal partner, HRSA. So with that allocation, we have set aside a certain amount to provide to our childcare providers. And whether it is partnering with other CBOs in our community to make sure that they know where to access them, we can do some follow-up work on that, but we have set aside allocations for our in-home childcare providers as well as our childcare agencies.
Thank you so much for paying attention to that. And just one other comment before public comment, and that is I really appreciate the discussion on pandemic and endemic. And Dr. Ansorg closed, I think it was 5 or 6 ifs. But if these various things happen, but at least it gives us a better framework for understanding how we're going to be making this transition. And that helps to be able to envision what it looks like, that we really can get there. So with that.
Chair Hartman, I just have one more question if I can interrupt.
Oh, yes, yes, sorry, I don't see you always
No,
around
yeah, I
the corner
apologize.
there.
I'd jump in there. Thank you, Chair Hartman. I just had a question about, I know we're really utilizing our community-based organizations to get the antigen tests out there. You know, are we going to go back and kind of monitor those as well? You know, because there's, you know, some of them may have the ability to get them all out quickly. Some of them may not be able to utilize them. Are we kind of checking back in and see if we can't redeploy those? Again, thank you for inviting me to participate with you guys on Saturday. That was a great event. We were able to pass out 6,000 tests in just a few hours.
Wow.
So a huge success. So, I mean, I like to see those happen a little bit more often. That's one of the things I got some feedback on social media that people want, now that they knew that worked so well, they like to do that again. So I know the community-based organizations is a strategy, but if some of them can't get them out, I guess I would encourage maybe a alternative strategy to kind of recollect those after a period of time and try to get out through the drive-through approach that we did on Saturday. So just suggestion.
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Great question. As a matter of fact, we could not give all of our partners all the requested kits that they wanted. So on the first blush, actually, most of our partners, if not all, gave them out as soon within days of receiving them. So now we are on week 2, and we will definitely make sure that those are out the door as soon as our partners receive them. But it is really unlikely that any have any available, since they are very, very vested in pushing them out as soon as they receive them.
And just to follow on, so they report back to public health that they have in fact used their allocation, distributed?
Yes, we check, and one of the key guidance from HRSA is that we can't hoard those antigen tests, that we need to push them out to our community members as soon as possible. So it's really guiding and counseling our partners that we will have additional allocations from HRSA. So they really need to push this out ASAP.
Thank you so much. And now, Madam Clerk, to public comment.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, yes, we have one request to speak on this item. And we will be going to Zoom for Maria Kestner. Maria?
Hello again, Board of Supervisors. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
I have some loose comments to make. I'm still requesting and waiting for the messy data from the county. You have a legal obligation to fulfill all these public records requests that you received, and you have not fulfilled one of them. You also have a legal obligation to guide us to the original sources and spreadsheets. And so, like, for example, you put up a slideshow today. We would like to see the data. For example, my father-in-law was a psychology professor, but he was also a statistician for the government. And he always used to say, give me your desired outcome and I will create the parameters. So we would like access to that data that we have lawfully requested and that the county of Santa Barbara has refused to provide to us. And then I wanted to go over a few other things. Dr. Malone, inventor of the mRNA vaccines, he's a virologist and an immunologist. He's coming to Santa Barbara City College on March 19th. And would Dr. Armstrong come and join him so we can have a public debate about all the science that is out there? Because apparently, again, as I've said before, there is consensus in the bureaucratic government world across nations, but there is major dissent in the scientific world and the medical world. And some of them call obscene COVID policies serve big pharma, not people, experts say. A group of world-renowned doctors and medical experts who joined Senator Ron Johnson for a panel discussion on COVID blasted the federal government response to the global pandemic, calling many of the policies obscene, absurd, illogical, and non-scientific. Some of these people are Dr. Peter McCullough, an internist, cardiologist, epidemiologist, and a leader in the outpatient treatment of SARS-CoV-2 infection. And Dr. Ryle Cole, CEO and medical director of Full Diagnostics, said we have been told the virus is novel, but it is 80% similar to a virus expected decades ago. We have Dr. Harvey Rich, professor of epidemiology in the Department of Epidemiology and Public Health at the Yale School of Public Health and Yale School of Medicine, said early use of hydrochloroquine dramatically reduces the risk of hospitalization and mortality, but the media covered it up. And the US Food and Drug Administration and Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority used emergency use authorization regulations to block HCQ in outpatients, except in randomized trials that were eventually cut off over the fears spread by a fake paper. And
Thank you, Ms.
Dr.
Kestner. That is your time.
Okay.
All right, bringing it back to the board. May I have a motion to receive and file this report and see that it's exempt from CEQA?
So moved.
Second.
Nelson made the motion and Hart seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So that takes us back to the hemp ordinance. We've been passed out, each of us has received the revisions. Let's just take a minute to read them while staff gets set up. Ms. Fisher, would you like to start or
Good afternoon,
Ms.
Madam.
Martin, you're going to do it? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Basically, we have just 2 slides with updates, so if I could go over them. The language added a 180-acre cap on the cultivation of hemp in the county and establishes a 1-year amortization period for any hemp operations who register before the cap becomes effective. And finally, the language regarding research hemp in Section 6 is being removed because it was added before the state's hemp plan was certified and is no longer needed.
All right. Are there any questions or comments? I think you've done a brilliant job in turning this around and really encapsulating the sense of the board. I believe we have one public commenter, and then we'll come back and Supervisor Lavanino can add. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we are still waiting on confirmation if they would like to speak, but council did suggest that we reopen public comment since the ordinance was revised by staff. And if any members of the public who previously spoke on this item, the 3 members of the public who previously spoke would like to speak again in regards to the revision, now would be the time to do so. And perhaps I can unmute Mr. Mark Shatillo, who is on Zoom.
Please. Go ahead, Mr. Shatillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board and staff. Thank you to staff for sending over a copy of the revisions. They seem appropriate, and I don't have any comments to their substance.
Okay, with that, we close public comment and come back to Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, I will move the recommended staff actions that we approve the introduction of the ordinance. And along with the CEQA guidelines and requirements, that we set the hearing on February 1st to consider the adoption of the ordinance, and with the revisions to the ordinance as associated with the cap amendment.
Second.
Okay, we have
I think Rachel wants to say something.
Okay.
You want to clean up my motion, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, what I hear you saying is staff's recommended actions with the revisions just posted today, both online, in paper before you, and also on the screen. And just since I'm on the microphone, usually you would also see Senior Deputy Johanna Hartley here, who's been helping with this behind the scenes, so I just wanted to thank her for that quick work.
Yes, it was quick and very thorough. Thank you, Ms. Hartley. So we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Lavanino.
Aye.
Supervisor Williams.
Aye.
Supervisor Hart.
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson.
No.
Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
So I think that concludes today's agenda, and we're adjourned till Tuesday, February 1st, 2022.